Good morning for one more minute, and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on Wednesday, May 24th. And we are beginning this meeting with a proclamation recognizing National Public Works Week. And this proclamation, I'm very happy to read. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people and visitors of Pitkin County. And whereas engineering and transportation employees design and implement infrastructure improvements to enhance safety and ease mobility for the traveling public. And whereas road and bridge employees construct and maintain roadways, correct drainage issues, respond to emergencies, and work long hours removing roadway snow and ice, which are instrumental in ensuring safe roads and bridges for the citizens and visitors of Pitkin County. And whereas fleet service employees maintain, replace, and support 400 plus assets for all departments. These employees maintain high quality standards to ensure operator driver safety and lead the profession in quickly changing fleet technology. And whereas facility maintenance employees provide safe, functional, and efficient buildings, they work diligently collaborating with all departments to complete general and advanced facility maintenance needs for the citizens and employees of Pitkin County. And whereas solid waste center employees have maintained a #1 landfill ranking in the state of Colorado by ensuring the life of the landfill is extended through creative diversion programs while maintaining strict environmental compliance, burying trash 6 days a week. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children of Pitkin County to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works programs in our community. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners recognize and celebrates National Public Works Week, May 17th through the 27th, and calls upon all citizens and civic organizations to recognize the contributions which public works officials make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Hopefully one of you will come up and use this great microphone to talk to us.
You're all welcome to come up. But
And you're all welcome to speak. And I know you guys would go, no way.
We'll draw names out of hats, but no, this is a small representation of our 80 or so employees at Public Works now. And I just want to thank them all personally for all the work they've done. Thank you, Fleet, for stepping out for a second and joining us. Just doing an amazing job right now and keeping this county safe and operating efficiently. So thank you guys so much.
I have one request, a hot dog with just mustard and a little bit of relish on the side. They are going out for a much deserved, you guys are doing the barbecue right behind the building, right? So go enjoy your lunch, and you guys do a great job. And it's always fun to come out and visit you at the shop or wherever you are. We'll find you. Thank you.
Anybody else?
And fix the potholes.
No.
They keep developing.
bad potholes are on Highway 82. These are not these guys' responsibility.
Right. I just wanted to say that a lot of people in the public assume that Highway 82 is in our purview. And so I'll complain about a pothole I see on Highway 82 and realize I'm talking to the wrong people. But I know Scott and Brian and the crew over the years will go out and actually do it for CDOT in order to keep us all from breaking wheels in our vehicles. So we have to understand where they actually work. But I've noticed these guys actually are filling potholes that they didn't even have to fill, but they're trying to just get it done for us. And I want to thank you all for that. And we've talked for years about the signage and all that sort of thing on the highway, and it looks like we're getting somewhere with the unnecessary signage that we've all talked about. But anyway, I just wanted to point out that I think this is the most responsive public works team that I've ever worked with. It certainly is. And if you see a massive pothole on 82, it might not be our guys that have to fix it, but they may do it for us anyway.
Thanks, guys.
I live on a county road 40 miles away, and Public Works comes and fixes that road. So I really appreciate them. That and other things that they do.
Yeah, we're missing the barbecue.
I know.
We can make some burgers.
So you guys have a great day. It's your
Yes,
barbecue
thank you
day.
guys.
Take it
Thanks for
easy a
what you
little
do.
bit. Thank you for coming in.
All right, you're next on the cookie list.
Hi, Kelly.
So John looks kind of like Big Brother up there. We should ask Rosa to make him
Definitely.
smaller. Hey, Rosa. I was just thinking, John kind of does look like Big Brother up there. Maybe we can reduce him a little.
Didn't think I was gonna make it in downtown quickly enough for the beginning of this one.
Morning, Laura.
Hey.
Yeah, sure.
Francie's plants got hammered last night.
Oh, geez, I had mine just set
I guess
out
it
to
hailed like crazy at her house.
crazy up here too at my
Well,
house.
yeah.
It rained really hard, but
Started a minute
I mean, I didn't get hail, but I got my stuff on. My dining room table is gorgeous.
So is mine.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I had everything outside to like get some water and some sun because I'm gonna transition them, and I like sprinted in and out in the hail. Like,
Fancy did that the night before. She
Okay,
said she
John,
was
do
gonna
we
get
have any
vomited.
additions or deletions to the agenda today?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda today.
Okay. Do we have any public comment today? I believe we do.
We have a show and tell today.
You have a 3-minute show and tell.
Okay, well, I'll be quick. My name is Ian Long. I live in Snowmass Village. I used to live in Aspen. And I'm here today to talk about e-bikes. In particular, I want to talk about the Class 1 e-bike. This is a mountain bike. I just wanted to show everybody because we're getting a lot of confusion going on around town because we have nothing but Class 1, 2s, and 3 e-bikes flying all around town, up the Bells, on the Rio Grande. They're making it difficult for my cause to get my mountain bike onto the single track trails. This is a bike that you have to pedal, top speed's 20. It's geared so low, all the Class 1 e-mountain bikes are geared low. Can barely make 20 miles an hour, period out. Anyways, that's my introduction to that. Quickly, because I only got 3 minutes, Tahoe National Forest last year did a study comparing Class 1 e-mountain bikes to regular mountain bikes. Quickly, they just did a loop around a single track. Conclusion was so little difference between the two that they are now opening up lots and lots of trails to Class 1 e-mountain bikes.
You can slow down a little bit. I'm not going to cut you off at exactly.
Oh, okay. I don't want to be like those commercials where you finish and you got to blurt everything out in about 30 seconds.
No.
Okay.
Take your time.
Okay, so my wishes. I was out at Snowmass. I live in Snowmass. I went and presented a option or an idea to the Snowmass Council, and they love it. What my idea is, we make multi-use trails out there. We have a lot of trails. And what I'm saying about that is I want to designate some trails for Class 1 e-mountain bikes, just a couple, pilot program. I want to do the same for hikers. I'm getting total complaints from friends saying I can't hike anymore. The mountain bikers are too fast. So why can't we give them a couple trails? I also have a couple friends that are disabled. They are now got bikes that they can do, adaptive bikes, mountain bikes, and they want some trails. One trail, just one trail. 36 inches wide is all my friend says he needs. Why not them too? We already have equestrian trails out there. They somehow lobbied years ago. I know by the Tom Blake and all that, they've got a few of their own trails. So why can't we do a bit for everybody? So how do we pay for this? I actually presented to them that why not go and make a permit? Why not $20? We could use the rec center out there as where they sign up. These trails cost a lot of money to maintain, make new ones, and I'm also pushing for one-way trails. I don't think anybody's going to complain about $20 or $30 to ride for a whole year if that money is being used to maintain trails and, just improve them. Where I come from, my experience is I've been riding a Class 1 e-mountain bike for 5 years. I have my reasons, old, number one, beat up, number two, but that's not the real reason. it's good for everybody except for maybe the super athlete that rides every day. Even they can tow a pile of bricks up a mountain on an old metal bike and not get tired. But the rest of us work. You know, the rest of us got jobs and want to go out and ride in the weekend. You know, and I used to be like that when I was in 40s. I still stopped 4 or 5 times going up Smuggler. You know, I was just whipped. I don't have a body that's, you know, made for going long distance. I'm a sprinter. 220 pounds. I put my backpack on my bike. You know, I'm getting close to 300 pounds. So, you know, I need help. But again, it's not for everybody. But anyways, I just want to say a few things. Corner Canyon in Utah. I don't hear how many people are mountain bikers here. Corner Canyon was an area that was going to be developed by a developer to put in thousands and thousands of homes. The town stepped up and said, no, we need a recreational area, multi-use recreational area. Well, they did it. It is by far the best mountain bike multi-use park I've ever been to. They have one-way trails, they have hiking trails, they have equestrian trails, they have one-way signage, they have great signage that tells you green, blue, black. Excellent place. You ever get out to there and you're a mountain biker or walker, go to it.
So just summarize what it is that you want, if you would.
I would like to designate a few trails, mainly in Snowmass, but because of Snowmass, they were trying to do it for me. Snowmass, Andy Whirling was going to try to find some trails that we could do a pilot program for what all these things we talked about. The problem is Snowmass only has jurisdiction over low-line and high-line trail. That is it. All the other trails are Snowmass, then they lead into Picken County, or they lead into private property.
Or Forest Service.
Or Forest Service. Okay, you're absolutely correct. Now, the Forest Service is also working with the ski company right now, and they're negotiating, trying to figure out whether they're going to allow the Class 1 e-bike up on their mountain. Vail has already done it. Steamboat has done it. Many, many resorts are getting on board here. So let me just mention a few. Corner Canyon I talked about. Mammoth
Well, actually,
Mountain.
rather than that, if you want to send us the examples of that in a letter, that would be really great. Give us
Okay.
examples to look at. And then now I'm, sort of finish your presentation, and then I would suggest you go to the Forest Service next.
Okay, well, years and years, I've been reaching out to you guys. I've been reaching out to Parks and Trails. Everybody seems to be kicking the can down the road. Everybody says, I'm waiting for commissioners to step up. Parks and Trails want you guys to step up, then the other way around, they say, well, they're supposed to step up. Then they say, well, Snowmass is supposed to step up. No one wants to say, hey, these things are good. I mean, other areas are doing it. And no problems, none. And so someone has to go and say, hey, I want to take the lead here. And for 5 years I've been doing this. I've been saying, well, wait for Gary Tenenbaum to say yes. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Could you end by stating your name? If you did
It's
earlier.
Ian Long.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, one of the Longs that live out in Snowmass, a bunch
Okay,
of us.
Great. Well, we will certainly think about what you've said. It's not the first time I've heard about allowing some e-bikes on some of the trails. So thank you very much for coming to us. I
I want to
really
make sure
appreciate
that
it.
I point out that that's a mountain bike, not what we're seeing. The Class 2s are mopeds. You're seeing those flying all over town. They're making a bad name for me on my e-mountain bike. I wanted to get that point. That's
I
one of
got
the
it.
biggest points, that they're the ones that are causing all the trouble. They're on the Rio Grande. They're not supposed to be on the Rio Grande. They're supposed to be on the road only. And they're not ticketing them, but they're ticketing a few people that get on an e-mountain bike on there and give them a $250 ticket.
Well, thank
And,
you so much,
so I
Mr.
just
Long.
want to get clear that this is not the problem. I've ridden it for 5 years in probably over 20 mountain bike parks, and I've had no problems, none. And so it's time to move forward because the wave is here. The e-bikes are here. They're not going away. And we got to make decisions, or they're going to just start poaching the trails.
All right, I think you
Okay.
made your point.
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I could go
Ian.
on for longer.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks,
Are
Paul.
there any other public commenters?
Wait, Laura had something.
If there's no other public comment, I do have a logistical item for the board to
Okay.
consider. So there's no additions or deletions to the agenda, but Paul Holsinger with Open Space has items 2 through 4 on the individual consideration items, and those are all related to a land use item he has in item 19. So the board may want to consider if it wants to hear those items all together, or if it wants to hear them in multiple sort of iterations. And I think that there is at least one individual in the audience who wants to comment, so.
At that time, yeah.
But you may consider if he's available now or later and all of that.
Are you suggesting that we move those 3 items to the land use
I-
action?
I'm suggesting
Or
you
the-
hear
or
them
the public
near the
hearing?
land use action, but hear them separately as individual consideration items, but it may compress.
But you mean
all the
hear each of the
information
lots separately?
What?
Are you suggesting that we don't hear each of the 3 lots separately?
No, I'm suggesting you hear them, just move them down the agenda.
I'm okay with that. Makes sense to me.
Can I just,
Yeah, Patty?
the easements are a 2-read. This is a first reading, no
Yep.
public comment on
Yeah.
the easements. The land use item is a 1-read public hearing today. The land use item needs to be passed or denied, whichever, prior to the finalization of the easements on second reading. So they are the same land, but separate issues. So
Yeah,
we can
I
do them the
understand.
way they are, or we can combine it and do, but I don't know logistically how we move them off, the easements off of first reading, public hearing.
You would still consider them first reading
Even if
public
we
hearing.
moved them to the end of the agenda?
Yeah,
So we could reopen the first reading section
yes.
and the public hearings.
And if that makes, but I just wanted to clarify for the board that the easements are to read and cannot be passed until the land use item is read and passed or.
It's just a question of whether you think it will be more efficient to hear those in close consideration with the land use item, and that's a question for you guys.
Okay,
I would move that we amend the agenda to move those down.
but Patty, are you suggesting we move them to after the land use consideration?
It doesn't matter, we're just looking at grouping them, so.
Yeah, if we group them all together. Bill, are you all right for waiting? You don't
Oh,
think,
yeah, I'm here all day, I mean.
okay.
Well, you're
So I
bored
would
in your old
suggest
age.
we put them
Yeah,
after
Too wet to garden.
item
After s-
17, to move 2, 3, and 4 till after 17.
Okay,
And that would be immediately then before the land use public hearings.
is that okay with your motion, Greg?
Yeah, amend.
Discussion?
There's no second yet.
I'll second it.
I'm just
No, just a second.
wondering, I guess I'm thinking about you, Francie, because I believe the rest of us have heard this multiple times and have a lot of familiarity with it. So I don't know if it would help you to hear the land use prior to the conservation easements
Well,
to
I spent-
understand how they fit in.
Quite a bit of time reading about it. And Steve helped me catch up yesterday, so,
Okay.
if we don't take action until after we've heard the whole thing, I mean, it seems to me, actually, it makes more sense to move it till after 19. But, and then reopen
She can decide that, right?
the first
Either way
reading.
works.
So we could move it to after 17 and,
You could move it to after 17, or you could move it to after 19. 18 no longer exists because
Right.
it's going to be continued.
I'll amend
Well,
my
it seems to
motion.
me it makes more sense not to take action on 2, 3, and 4 until after 19.
So I'll amend my motion that we put it after item number 19.
Okay. And is that okay with your second, Steve?
Yes.
Okay, we have a first from, we have a motion
could've
from
been
Greg and a
done.
second from Steve. All those in favor to moving 2, 3, and 4, items number 2, 3, and 4 till after 19, at which time we will reopen the individual consideration items.
aye.
Everybody say aye if you agree.
Hi.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
So Paul, you
Thank
get
you,
the
Laura.
afternoon off for a while.
And now,
He wants
I'm
to
not
go to
going to
the
forget
barbecue.
today, we have commissioner comments.
Bill, just go with Paul.
Okay. Can I come back if he doesn't come back?
He's coming back.
I have a real quick,
Okay?
I just want to remember those that were caught in the tragedy at Uvalde. Today is the 1-year anniversary of that tragedy, and so many tragedies have happened since then, and I wish we could find a cure for this rampant epidemic of shootings that's going on in our country.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say it because I'll cry even more if I say anything more about it.
Commissioner comment?
Greg?
Steve had his hand up before me, but, okay.
Okay, you go first
Go
this
ahead.
time, Steve.
I just heard that Randy Glacier has passed away.
Oh,
He lived his entire life in the Roaring Fork Valley, down on the Glacier Ranch. I knew he was 2 years behind me in high school. His brother Hugh was a had already graduated from high school when we moved here, but he was a good friend. I actually went and visited him when we were both stationed in Germany when we were in the Army. He was about, an hour's ride away on the train from where
really?
I was, but I used to pick up his son Flint on the school bus for 3 years and just have really close connections, and I was saddened to hear that he had passed away earlier this month.
Greg?
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
I've seen some emails going around regarding Colorado Parks and Wildlife proposal with comment period that would, it's a proposal that would shut down state wildlife areas to all but hunters and fishermen. And it would eliminate, say, rafts, paddleboards, kayaks from sections of river on the Roaring Fork and on the Colorado, famous popular river running areas like the Loma boat launch down, perhaps through Ruby Horse Thief in that area.
What?
Just awesome.
The Pink to Black section of the Roaring Fork and the Sam Caudill put in could just be proposing only for hunters and fishermen. And I guess the rule would say if you have to be packing a fishing rod or a gun if you're going to take a river craft out of the water. So imagine stand-up paddleboarders, packing heat in order to paddle. It's kind of absurd. Bird watchers would be prohibited from going into a state wildlife area to watch birds, but if they had a gun to shoot at them, they'd be allowed. So it seems that the proposal isn't quite living up to their original intent, and the comment period is open. And then what I'm hoping is that there's some public scrutiny and comment, perhaps even from our board. There's some really popular and well-used and appreciated and protected areas on our rivers that probably benefit from the expanded recreation. I also know that there are probably areas that probably could use less impacts from paddleboarders and kayakers and rafters, as we've seen in our own backyard here, that might be better off being only for hunters and fishermen at certain times a year. But it doesn't seem like this proposal is the right one. So I just wanted to draw attention to it, hoping the media picks it up as well, and we can learn more. Thank you.
Greg sent it on to me. I don't know if the rest of the board
It came
received
through,
it.
yeah, everybody.
Yeah,
so,
I will get in
yeah.
touch with Matt.
And
right
I
away.
will pass it on to those I know in the rafting community, both commercial and recreational.
Right. It's early enough that it could be that there's a knee-jerk reaction to what they're proposing, and perhaps it's not as dire as I've painted it, but that's my impression on first reading. Just want to say, we should all look at it.
I'll call Senator Will also.
I wonder if there are helpful comments to suggest,
If you look at
as
the
far as
comments,
like
you'll
if
see them.
you, like if you're flowing through, you have different criteria as opposed to flat water or something like that.
You gotta be packing heat.
Well, it's like Beaver Lake in Marble. They want people to be actively fishing on Beaver Lake in Marble,
Right.
not just possessing a fishing license to
Right.
float on Beaver Lake. That might be a more reasonable request than,
But what if you don't catch
you know,
anything?
I don't think you have to catch anything. I'm not sure you even have to have a hook on your rod or reel or whatever. But I guess I'm just probing. Are there helpful things to
Right.
say then?
If you read the public comments
know.
that are out there, I'm sure there are a lot of people who make arguments like that, and it's worth perusing the whole thing and digging in on it.
It's interesting that right now, in order to float the Roaring Fork, Pink to Black, and take out at Iron Bridge, you have to have a fishing license
Right now you do?
to use CPW, to use a Parks and Wildlife area,
Boat launch.
whether
Right.
you're fishing or not. So you have to have a fishing license. A lot of it is the search and rescue part of it, or just the revenue that comes in. And it's my understanding they recently purchased land, I think from Rick Neely. They purchased land at Iron Bridge to create a new put-in takeout because the other one was a little rocky, a little rough. The other one actually was really gnarly. And so now to be developing that area for rafting, and then saying you can't use it is of interest. So I will I will review the comments over the next couple days and try and put together some thoughts since,
But
you
you
know,
don't have a couple of days. It says here the comment period will close May 24th.
that's today.
That's today.
That is today.
No wonder there was such a deluge of people commenting.
Well-
The website for CPW has some information. One is just the intended use of state wildlife areas, SWAs as they're called, is wildlife habitat and wildlife-related recreation. So they're saying, while recreational use of trails in these properties is not a primary intended use, a license or pass purchased for recreational trail use, where allowed, can be used to help maintain the connected trails. If you're a bird watcher, that seems like wildlife use. I'm not sure if bird watchers would be allowed to go in unless they had a firearm or a fishing rod. So it seems as if maybe some more public comment by the end of the day is a good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Kelly?
On less controversial note, I will congratulate Greg and his daughters and all the graduating seniors, because we won't
Oh, that's right.
meet again until after all the seniors in our valley have graduated.
Including my granddaughter, Montana.
Congratulations, and to all the kids finishing up school and starting camp, and best of luck to all your families.
But Kelly has a daughter graduating from kindergarten.
With very little fanfare, yes.
Yes, and I have a graduation for my granddaughter with fanfare, and I've been volunteered to fold up all the chairs after the graduation ceremony. So we'll see how that goes. Bring snacks and fold chairs, that's Grammy's duty.
Well, we're in a state of panic at my house, or at least Maureen and I, because we've been so focused on these two girls for the last 18 plus years, and honestly, it's like,
What are you gonna do?
what
I
are we
have one
gonna
to
do?
lend you.
Yes, I'll please bring her over.
They'll be back, Greg.
They'll be back. Yeah, they'll be back. That's what I hear.
Yeah, so I
So-
have my granddaughter Montana graduating from CRMS, and she's having a joint party with her friend Abby Campos from Roaring Fork High School up at our place.
Oh,
Excellent.
fun.
And then my granddaughter Sophia Jacober is graduating from Colorado College on Sunday. So we're
Congratulations.
going down for,
You got a busy
huge.
graduation week.
Yeah.
That's huge.
yep,
That's fun.
you have to honor the education that the girls in my family get. Not so much boys, but
Somebody's got to be smart.
do we have any more commissioner comments? All right. Let's move on to.
Oh, wait, one more.
Okay.
Monday, 11 o'clock, Veterans Memorial Park, right out front of this building. There will be the memorial service conducted by our local veterans and with participation with the Aspen Volunteer Fire District. So, again, that's an amazing ceremony. I noticed our facilities guys were out there sweeping and cleaning it up in preparation, so hopefully we'll have a nice weather. It's always a wonderful memorial. So I don't know if Steve's gonna be around, but you usually show up.
You know, I might fit better into my dress screen on Monday than I did previous years, so.
Well, then you gotta show up, that's for sure. All right, thanks, Francie.
All right, let's move on to the consent items. We only have one, and that is the minutes of the regular meeting for May 10th, May 16th, the special meeting, and May 16th, the special meeting on commissioner districts. Is there anyone who wants to discuss these or make a motion to, what?
I will,
I'll make a motion to approve the 3 minutes.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion from Steve, a second from Patty. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we're going to move on to item 5 because we have moved items 2, 3, and 4 to after item number 19. So item number 5, which is an individual consideration item. This is the first reading, and it's set for public hearing on June 14th. It's a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving the acceptance of electric vehicle grant awarded from the state of Colorado. Oh, great. If you guys would introduce yourselves and tell us about this.
My name's Matt Birchester, I'm the fleet manager.
Scott Mattice, Deputy Public Works Director.
So earlier this year, we applied for a Colorado Charge Ahead grant for EV chargers. We were awarded that. So they'd offered us $95,000 to put in 5 level 2 chargers and 1 level 3. So we would like to ask the board to formally accept that and get some chargers put in the ground.
I think Greg, do you want to do that, Greg?
What do you think,
I'm
Greg?
ready to comment. I think this is great,
I'll bet
and I
you
really
are.
appreciate you going after this. What's happening now in the electrification and electric vehicle world is we're rapidly realizing, even with I think Pitkin County is probably lined up about with Boulder County for the percentage of electric vehicles being adopted, and we're at about 10% already, which is a huge jump from only 2% a couple of years ago. And what we're seeing is the charger networks across the state and across the country and even local even are, the infrastructure is just going to have trouble keeping up with the growth of the electric vehicle market. And happily, the federal government understands this and the state government understands it, and I think we do, is that EV chargers are going to be in big demand. And more people are commenting on how difficult it is to get a charger that either works, because often they're broken. Maybe 26%, I think, of EV chargers seem to be out of service at any given time. And then, are there enough of them? So we're hearing that Walmart is doing a huge effort to put chargers in. I think some of the other fast food places.
Starbucks has got a big
Yeah,
network.
Starbucks is
Yep.
doing it. So this is great. This is a great step in the right direction. I wish we could get you twice as much to do twice as many, because there'll be the demand coming online very, very quickly.
Yep.
And when people discover electric vehicles, how much fun they are, and I think I get 200 miles per gallon equivalent in ours, and all of a sudden it's a game changer, So this is great. It's timely, and thank you so much. And let's do some more.
Yep.
I'm ready.
So for transparency on that too, these will be put in at Public Works and inside the airport. So this will be county-only vehicles to start. And then there's additional grants that'll be opening up, later this year. There's one open
Right.
now, so hopefully we can get some
Thanks for
more
pointing
funding.
that out. Yeah, this is to make sure our own fleet
This is our infrastructure.
can get in there. Yeah.
Correct.
I guess I won't even get a pass unless it's a county EV.
I do think you raise an opportunity that I continue to want to see the county sort of organize around, which is to figure out how we're doing EV infrastructure planning in our valley. And it's unclear to me still, like, who would be the right person or group to sort of take that on. We've been told that our EOTC is not that because it's not transit oriented, but I do think it would be great if the county could sort of start to push more on identifying how that planning could come to fruition, because I
That's
think
great.
we are in a position to really leverage the expansion of infrastructure here for the public.
It's a great suggestion. Yeah.
I look forward to the time when the gas companies and the car companies start providing the infrastructure. I'm not sure it is the purview of government to be doing this all over the world. I think that private industry should be taking it over, and I really look forward to when they do.
If I could add a little bit on to what Kelly said and what you said, just about every technological innovation was started with seed grants from government. So it'll get to that point where you're going to go pull into a gas station, you'll have a choice between electric and gas. I think that's probably going to be happening. Just so you know, CORE has been allying with Walking Mountains from Eagle County, Clear to some extent, other communities to build a coalition, a regional coalition to work on issues just like this. So I think that's right on what you're talking about, to take the lead on building out this infrastructure. Additionally, RAFTA is contemplating the same thing because they need to power their buses between here and Glenwood, if not Silt, Newcastle. And so RAFTA is thinking about that also for at least charging infrastructure for public transit, which is even the better option. I'd be getting 400 miles per gallon if I rode the bus more often, right? So this is happening, but that's a great suggestion, and I'd love to push for that.
They are putting in charging stations in Aspen, Raptor,
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, that'll make the electric buses twice as efficient.
Yeah, the few that we have, unfortunately, yeah.
So a few weeks ago, we passed approved the right-of-way for Holy Cross to put the electric service into these locations. Does this grant pay for Holy Cross to do that work, or do they do the work?
So this grant
Regardless.
could be used for that. So the time frame on those transformers was so long out, we purchased those already. Moving forward, anything that is done after that, and once we have a state-issued PO number, would qualify for that grant. So, if we're paving, if we're putting striping on the ground, if we gotta put lights in, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So I'm hoping we'll have a motion to accept this grant.
I make a motion to accept this grant.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thanks,
All
Matt.
right, it
guys.
passes
Thanks,
5
Scott.
to
Go
nothing.
enjoy your barbecue.
Thank you so much, guys.
Keep those grants coming and hot dogs as well.
We will. See you in a few weeks for the second reading.
We're
Thank
gonna
you.
get a competition going between Public Works and Health and Human Services for grant.
Yeah, for grant writing.
Grant acceptance and
We'll take
And
'em
Core.
out.
Core needs to be in this competition also.
We didn't know where we were on the agenda.
you're here.
We're here.
So, okay, yes, this is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners on first reading set for public hearing on June 14th. On behalf of the Pitkin County Sheriff's Department, approving a contract with the Colorado Department of Human Services, Office of Behavioral Health, providing funding for jail-based behavioral services. And we have Alex Burchetta here.
Hello.
Welcome,
Nice to see
Alex.
you all. So as you said, we're here to accept hopefully a grant from the Colorado Office of Behavioral Health, or Behavioral Health Administration as it's now known, for our annual jail-based behavioral services funding. And I won't try to explain to you what those are. I'll let Dan actually go into what those are, because he can probably do it much more eloquently than I can.
Welcome, Dan.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you guys too. So the JBBS grant, Jail-Based Behavioral Services, is a grant that helps fund mental health services for jail incarcerated individuals, as well as upon release, continuing that care out in the community. So it's case management as well as mental health, counseling, treatment, medications, all those kinds of things. Any questions
Happy to
about
answer
the
any
grant?
questions.
Well, it was a very big part of our packet today. So it was very complete. And so do we have any questions about what we read? Yeah. Helen?
Thank you. Dan, are you serving as the coordinator?
Yes, I am
Okay.
serving as the coordinator. Due to our staffing, I'm taking on the role of the program manager as well as the coordinator as well.
Okay, and then it requires a coordination group? What is that?
So
I
the
know there's a
coor-
lot of change in behavioral health right now, so I don't know
Yeah,
if that's
so the
something needed.
coordination group is, I meet with Joel, who is the behavioral services division leader, and I meet monthly with him, and then once we get our inmates back beginning in July, we will be meeting quarterly with our case manager, our mental health counselor for turnkey health, as well as the behavioral health with Joel. That will be our group.
Yeah, I had one question about on the Behavioral Health Administration from Colorado, the annual budget. It has a sheriff listed named Dan Fellin, and I'm wondering, is that I was confused about that.
Was this on the contract itself, or the?
It says the BHA program, GBBS. It's the one that looks like this with the Colorado thing on it.
I
See
don't
if I
recall
can-
seeing that, but I can go back and
Page
take a look and see.
113
Sure.
of
Oh,
our
yes.
packet, but page,
I'll be honest with you, we've had a number of redos of this contract because of wrong names and incorrect titles and interim and not interim and all this other stuff. So that must have just been an oversight on their part. Obviously, with all due respect, Dan Fellon's not the sheriff of Pitkin
I'm not
County.
the
So that is
Okay.
incorrect. And we can have
Just
that.
There's so many changes going on, we just
Never
can't keep up with them.
maybe it meant sheriff's office.
It probably meant sheriff's office.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Congratulations.
We didn't catch
Well, hey,
catch
thanks.
that. Yeah.
And condolences.
Maybe he locked the elected sheriff up and
Yeah.
did it identical.
Just to summarize, these funds are critically important to how we serve our inmate population. They allow us to hopefully make a dent in recidivism, provide services to individuals as they're being released from jail, but also provide services to them in the jail. And quite frankly, without the funds, not to say that we wouldn't be able to do it, but it would have a significant impact, I think, on our overall budget. And to have the money coming from the state to provide these opportunities, as Dan said, as we work to bring our inmates back in July, it's critically important that we have these funds and the ability to provide these services.
Go ahead, Penny.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's just a huge safety issue
100%.
for the detainees and for staff. As we know, there's been issues in two of our local facilities, and things happen, but it's always great that we can have training and be prepared for the issues that come up within our facility.
Definitely.
And so
Definitely.
if there's anything we can do to help leverage some funds to help you guys out, let us know. Because
Absolutely.
I think we're all behind this program.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
How
Thank
much
you.
is the total of the grant?
It's $206,350.
Okay.
We'll take it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I would like to move to approve on first reading and set for public hearing and second reading on June 14th.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All
Can I have a
right, we
question
passed
of
that
Laura?
5-0. You can get the money.
Thanks for
Thank you.
coming down.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much. Nice to
Thank
see
you, guys.
Laura, should we be stating the title of each motion? Like, are we getting a little lazy here?
That's always the best practice.
Thank you, okay. So I promise to do that next motion I make.
Okay.
We'll keep you on your toes.
Okay, then we're gonna have a first reading item,
That's true.
which is set for public hearing and second reading on June 28th. As commissioner sitting on the redistricting commission of Pitkin County. I believe we're gonna hear from Steve here, but in the meantime, we will have Ingrid and Clint, or maybe not
So-
Clint.
We have to
Do we
make a
need a-
motion to go into the special meeting?
Yes.
I'd
Okay.
like to make a motion that we go into the special meeting to talk about the resolution as a redistricting commission to review and establish commissioner district boundaries.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have we have a motion and a second to go into a special meeting for redistricting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're in a special meeting. Ingrid. Oh, Clint is here, good.
Clint is here and Lauren is here, so she's gonna hopefully get
Hi.
that set up. I will repeat for public the first part of this intro. As is required by statute, after each federal census, commissioners' districts must be revised to alter or altered to assure that districts remain as equal in population as possible, and in no event should there be more than a 5% deviation between the most populous and the least populous. County staff, meaning the clerk's office working with GIS, is mandated to present 3 redistricting options with the most minimal changes possible, while avoiding analyzing political affiliation, racial or economic disparity, hot-button issues, candidate or office holder favorability, or any issues that may constitute gerrymandering. So we have, in the May 16th meeting, there were 3 options presented by staff with the minimal changes. There was also a 4th option that was introduced by one of the members of the commission. And today, I understand we have a 5th option that's being proposed, and I think we've got it with the GIS stuff, by one of the members of the commission. The distinction between the options presented by staff and those by the commission members is due to staff's mandate to bring, the statutory mandate to bring options with the most minimal changes, where I don't believe the commission has the same constraints.
Quick
And I believe
question.
this is our second of 3 meetings.
Yes.
Could I ask, do we have an actual PDF or something that can go up on the screen so
Or
the
do we
public
have
can
paper
see
copies?
the new option?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
just
I
want
also
to
have
make sure
paper
that,
copies for you all.
great.
And then, do you want to go right into the 5th option? You want to review options 1 and 2, I think you were talking about last time, or we can do that after the 5th option, whatever.
I'm happy to go into the 5th option.
Me too, and if we can see it, it would be great.
And then there's also kind of another option 6-ish.
Oh, a number of option 6s. Oh, okay.
Six.
Have option
News three.
Variation.
Yeah, just
I
a
guess there's an
small-
option
a small
6-ish.
tweak, but so you have both maps.
We're just trying to make sure Steve earns his keep.
This will be his legacy.
Yeah.
Clearly. Back to sleep again.
So, the only problem is they're not numbered 5 and 6.
On the
There's a
bottom, aren't they on
small
the
box
bottom?
in the lower right-hand corner.
Oh, right down there, big bold letters. Yeah, I'm looking at the top for
See,
some.
they need to highlight it, yeah.
You can add the numbers in.
It's
but
right,
I-
it's right there.
I agree, it is weird that
to hear
some of
about
the
it more.
districts have the same color.
Thank you.
I don't see a difference between the colors for 3 and 5.
Yeah, so at least with the symbology on those maps, purple indicates a district that has a high population and needs to be reduced, whereas orange represents districts that have a low population and need to be increased. So that's why both 3 and 5 are the same color. since they're low population.
And where are the lines between 1 and 2?
So you'll see a box in the upper right-hand corner that kind of shows a zoomed-in detail on the boundary of District 2, since it's kind of hard to see on the overall map.
Can't really understand that.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So it appears that in 5 and 6, District 1, my district, now includes Mountain Valley and Red Mountain. I'm moving up in the world. Okay.
I almost got Red Mountain on the
I
other
know.
one.
Would you like it back? Can we barter here?
No, that's okay. I like the the composition of my constituents, just fine.
And it also appears that, Steve, good job.
Well, do you want me to go through the changes, or do you want
I don't know.
Lauren to explain?
It's up to the chair over there. I just wanted to clarify what I thought I was seeing, and I'm clarified.
And you're losing the neighborhoods around Maroon and Castle, Patty.
Yeah, explain
Yeah.
it to us
Yeah,
from
so
the
Steve
beginning,
can pick
Steve,
this
why
up.
don't you?
Okay.
That's okay.
Are we looking at 6 or 5?
The only difference between 5 and 6, if you look in near Snowmass Village, there's a red hash mark area.
Yeah.
On option 5, that is the area that includes Horse Ranch, clear over to Meadow Road, the area by the Snowmass Rec Center. That had some problems with it that I just really realized this morning. And then I remembered that it had been talked about to have an area near Snowmass Club and the Commons to move it into District 3. And so option 6 has that small area just by, it's where the Snowmass Club is. It includes the Commons and the housing real close to the
roundabout?
Snowmass Club. It doesn't
Ridge.
include the Snowmass Club circle. It's a little bit less transfer of population, but it actually improves the differential between the highest and lowest districts. So if you look on option 5, the differential is 4.09%.
He's talking about.
And on option 6, it actually goes to 3.56% differential between the highest and lowest population in the 5 districts.
And that's going to 3, and it was in 4?
Yeah. So
So
other
it's
than
smaller.
that, 5 and 6 are just the same. So,
Okay.
I mean, right now, I am favoring option 6. I think it's better because the areas around the Club Commons, and those are really well-defined housing projects that are entirely included in the area that is being transferred to District 3. The area over by Meadow Road and Oak Ridge and the Horse Ranch, parts of that were just following Meadow Road and Oak Ridge Road. And there are houses on each side of the road which would be in different commissioner districts, which to me is not an ideal situation. It seems like people along a whole road or in a whole neighborhood should all be in the same district.
Unlike Basalt, like half of it's in one county and the others in the other county?
Yeah.
That's much, much harder to change.
So,
Yes.
looking,
We've tried, actually.
I'll go through each of the changes, starting with the big one, that the area of east of Aspen, so Mountain Valley subdivision, the areas around Smuggler and Red Mountain would all be transferred into Commissioner District 1, which is Patty's. In exchange, to equalize the population change, if you look over by, on the west side of Aspen, at the bottom of Maroon and Castle Creek, that red hashed area there had been in Patty's district, or I mean, it still is right now. We haven't approved anything, but, so the area around Highlands and the Aspen High School would be transferred from Patty's district into Greg's District 3. What this does is it makes District 3 much more cohesive. It doesn't have the odd piece going around to the east of Aspen. It increases the amount, because Greg's district already covers all the rest of Maroon and Castle Creek, so this just brings in more at the bottom of Maroon and Castle Creek into Greg's Commissioner District 3. In addition, there are 77 people who are in Commissioner District 2, which is Kelly's, the bulk of the main part of Aspen north of Main Street. So there's 3 blocks there that include 77 total people that are transferred from Kelly's into Patty's District 1. What this does is most of those people are actually in the Smuggler Caucus area. They're right adjacent to other areas of the Smuggler in Smuggler Mountain that either are already in Patty's district or would be added with the transfer of the parts of Greg's District 3. So Kelly's number 2 district had been the largest population district of the 5. And by reducing the number of that, it makes yours no longer the highest number in a district. It actually makes it easier to balance the populations between the 5 districts. So originally we were trying to figure out how can we add more population to Francie's District 5. But by reducing the size of the largest ones down a little bit, which was really easy to accomplish, it vastly improved our percentage differential quite easily. So we still are transferring some into District 5, but by evening out the other districts, we're accomplishing the same thing of evening out the population. So those are the ones in the immediate vicinity of Aspen. If you go over on the east side near Snowmass Village, the east side of District 4 is what the part we already talked about, it's a population of 286 people would be moved from District 4 into District 3.
This tiny little red thing here on.
Just a tiny little.
That's 200 and something people in there?
286 people in it.
Yikes.
So that's the Club Commons and I can't remember the name of the Snowmass Club North Housing Project. I think it's the name of it.
John Guerrero's.
Yeah.
We have it as the sanctuary at Snowmass. In Sanctuary South, it's this.
Oh, so it's that section.
Here, so, yeah, Club Commons and then this.
Oh, sanctuary, yeah. I know where that is.
Then
Okay.
going down by Lower River Road, there is the part that it's actually on both sides of the highway. It includes along Lower River Road. It also includes some housing that's between Highway 82 and the Roaring Fork River on the highway side, which would be included in that part being transferred from District 3 into District 5. So that's increasing the number in Francie's, which was the lowest. It actually still is the lowest population, but it's
Less so.
gained more, gained about 138 people all told.
And then East Soapers Creek?
Over in East Soapers Creek, there's a little red place. This is an area that is in the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus that is on the west side of East Soapers Creek, which was included in Francie's District 5. And so I was actually received a request from John O. McBride, who's one of the 8 living there, that they wanted to just be in the same, in District 4 with the rest of the Snowmass Capitol Creek caucus, because they are in the caucus area. So that was just 8 people in that.
So that's where Kate's house is, that section?
I think Kate's and Jono's are,
I see.
well, I'm not sure about Kate's.
It's
but-
Bud's
Yeah,
place.
I think it,
Bud's
right,
place.
Bud Lights, Buddy
Yeah.
Lights.
Bud Light's place,
Bubby
yeah.
Lights.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bud Light.
Bubby Light.
yeah.
And
Buddy, yeah.
just
Beer?
by incorporating that block into District 4, it does then follow the voter precinct boundary.
So that works.
That's helpful.
Well, nice work, Steve.
So, to me, this solves all the all the issues that I had, and even more, I think, are resolved. To me, this is a lot cleaner map than where we have been for the last 10 years. It just cleaned up something. It balances the populations very well with a 3.56% differential compared to the other options, which were all up in the 4% range.
Can I just see the the upper Snowmass, the Phillips
By
Park section again?
the Snowmass Club,
No, sorry, the old
Lower River
Snowmass.
Road.
Lower River Road.
Road,
Lower
yeah.
River Road.
So does that boundary now follow the highway more accurately?
I think it
Yeah, because it'd be
always did.
pulling in this red hatched section into District 5. So yeah, that would follow the highway.
What's the very bottom word there in that?
Down here?
Now I can't see any words.
So that goes right up to, it's in the vicinity of the Lower Woody Creek Bridge.
Right.
And I'm not actually sure what that, how they determined that one block there, but there were 28 people in that last little rectangle down at the bottom.
Oh, there were?
Yeah.
What?
It's probably Waterview.
Waterview, and then there's a Seven River Bend condos or
Mhm.
something.
Yeah, and I think it's right along that.
And then you cross over the train track there, and then you
Just a
head down the
question.
hill where the train cars are.
Just a question
And
of
then you-
staff. You've reviewed this. Do you see any things to red flag that we should be contemplating as we look at this? Steve's done a lot of homework here, and it seems like he's refined it nicely. I just want to know, are there any roadblocks, things that we should be alerted to that moves a problem, for instance, from one place to another? Or
No, the only alert I would give you is because there's, 2,500 and some people that will have to change their information in the voting system and score. Having it all done before July 28th would be great.
Well, good luck on that.
Rye has a,
I did, and toward that end, I just wanted to lay a map out for the redistricting commission about where we are right now. There was a resolution in your packet today. You're not taking any action on that until the next meeting. However, if there are, and I believe the next meeting is June 28th, is that correct? If there are any changes between now and June 28th, that will necessitate another meeting because the plan that is finally adopted needs to be presented at least 72 hours in advance of it being adopted. So just a heads up to the board that if there's going to be more changes, it will likely necessitate another meeting. So that's all I got.
Thanks, Rye. It's an interesting process, that's for sure. We're learning a lot about it as we go along. I'm good with 5 or 6. C, again, thank you. Resolves any issues that I had or concerns. I think it would be of interest, and I don't know if we'll hear from the people affected in Snowmass at the Commons or the Sanctuary, because they will be in a different district than the rest of Snowmass Village. And I don't know if that'll be of concern to them or not. But when does this actually go out to the public? Is it after we approve the map, the final districts, that then it goes into the public's hands, or?
But, and Ingrid can correct me on this, I believe that the options that have been presented are already uploaded onto the website for public comment. So they have been put out there already.
Yeah, well, if I was looking at this and I lived in that neighborhood, I would have no clue that affected me. I mean, because unless it spelled out the individual complexes that are affected, I would go, I don't know what's this little red slash mark over here and that little one. I mean, it's hard to tell, but unless there was a description attached that, I know that Ingrid, you've been really good about attaching a little note in our packets, that this you know, of the highlights of each of the options. So
Where the red lines are actually going.
yeah.
Have
So
have
that
we added
people
any of that to the website yet? Because we just sort of got some of this stuff now.
Yeah, I still need to complete the full descriptions and add option 6 to
Perfect.
the website. And I can just be more thorough and go back and make it very detailed on what communities, what subdivisions are
I think that
affected,
would be
and-
great, so people could pull up their neighborhood and say, oh, well, I'm getting shifted out of Snowmass Village in 6, but I'm staying in it in 5, so I would want the board to support 5, but just a thought. Thanks.
Yeah,
Sue.
just a quick comment, if you don't mind. I think that it's really smart the way this is done, because really you come up Brush Creek to the roundabout, and then that little section there belongs with everything below it. It makes a lot of sense to me.
It does make good sense.
Yeah. Kelly?
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering if you had followed the redistricting that happened at the state level, they would acknowledge like the preferred maps as the process went along. And I just wonder if we want to make that distinction online, you know, like this is the redistricting commission's preferred map as of today. Because I do think that, you know, no one had a chance to see this. If there are comments leading up to the next meeting and we make adjustments, we will then have to have another meeting. So it might just help with sort of communicating clarity about that.
Yeah,
So I've been showing the maps, sending them to Clint Kinney at Snowmass Village, and I've talked to a couple of the council people there, just because I want to hear what their preference is, and there's, between the 5 and 6, there's really 2 options that they could pick from. They could like neither one of them also, but they haven't weighed in on this yet, and I've been urging them to take a look at the maps and, you know, give us comments on what their preference is. Right now, I mean, I like the option 6 the best. I think it's better because the option 5, there were issues over along Meadow Road and Oak Ridge Road that were just difficult. It made it like not an ideal situation. But the option 6 is really a concise and clean cut with, and there's no question of people living along the same road being in different commissioner districts, which was the case on the other one. So I think that the town would prefer to have the option 6, but it's, you know, I don't really know.
I also prefer option 6, and I appreciate the fact that you've kept Snowmass Village together. And I'm not sure how the people in Aspen feel about the changes there, but I'd like to hear about that. But, so, you know, I'm leaning towards option 6. I think it seems like a lot of people are being moved around, but the geographical boundaries are not as wild. Okay, great. And then Patty?
Just wanted to say, I appreciate this. This seems like a refinement that I could go with, and I'd be interested to hear what people think. When you notify the public that their district has changed, or they're in a new district, you'll have something that describes what this really implies. People can still vote for all the commissioners, you know, that we're an at-large commission, but it will affect if they just choose to run for office, what their candidacy, what district they'd be for. And I think that's probably worth including. No doubt you will, but just want to make sure people understand it's not going to change very much other than if they decide they want to run for office, what district would they be running in? I don't think there's a significant change beyond that. Maybe that's fine. I like what I see.
Patty?
Yeah, real quick, and yeah, you did, and thank you, in the agenda item summary, the attachments, when you had the pros and cons, that's the information that I was speaking about, and I think you're already on it,
The
so.
pros and cons.
Yeah, I think that was really helpful, so it kind of could focus me on that. And Greg, I did have a comment submitted to me, just in passing. Oh, you're creating another commissioner district. I said, no, we're not, kind of have 6 districts. So, because people thought Snowmass was gonna have its own commissioner. And I had to clarify, so there's confusion out there, which we can understand, I think, so.
Kelly?
Well, at this point, I mean, just my District 4 is almost identical to what it was previously, and the vast majority of the population in that district lives in Snowmass Village, so statistically, they have a better chance of getting a commissioner elected from there than from the other parts of District 4.
That's right.
Kelly?
Also, one other thing I'd like to point out about Aspen. Aspen has been and will continue to be, the city limits of Aspen have been in 3 commissioner districts and will continue to be in 3 commissioner districts, 1, 2, and 3. Because Greg's District 3, right now, there's a little bit over by Smuggler that is in the city limits that's in Greg's district. And there's, with this option 6, that'd be a little bit over in the vicinity of sort of the high school area that is in the city limits of Aspen that would be in
Highlands, yeah.
Greg's. So it's not like Snowmass Village will be mostly in one, but a little part of it will be in another commissioner district. But Aspen is already in 3, so it's, a similar situation.
And the bigger thing with Aspen is they think that Greg and I are all their commissioners regardless of what district, for the most part, so. Yeah, it's not gonna change how anybody feels because we're all still here.
Can I jump in?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm wondering, what are the public noticing requirements on these changes? Do you have to do a mailing? Do you just announce it? Do people find out when they get their ballot?
There isn't an actual letter required, is there? I don't think we have seen that unless Rye found something we didn't find. But we talked about it. It certainly makes sense.
Or a postcard,
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
Okay, and then just curiously, does this make ballot styling easier or less easy for you? Do you know at this point?
It makes no difference because of voting at large for the BOCC.
Right, I just meant for kind of where the other how the districts all overlay, if we cleaned up any
yeah.
of that.
I don't think that'll affect.
We might have new splits, but it won't provoke new ballot styles.
Right. I don't think that would affect the ballot styles.
There was the one block with 7 people in it that, Lauren, you said it was something to do with the precinct line, and it made sense to move those 7 people into the other. Could you explain that?
Yeah,
about the precinct line?
There were a few areas where we could align the district boundaries to the precinct boundaries, which Clint can probably speak more to the effect of that. But
Where is the precinct boundary?
I don't have it on this map,
Okay.
but
It's right there where those 7 people are.
yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Precincts are not very meaningful anymore for voting.
Since you don't have polls.
They're helpful for national elections to track voters in precincts, but not.
Well, when I look at my area, I think I have more elk than people in my district.
You.
Should be proud of that.
Yeah.
There is one other
I
thing.
probably have more e-bikes than elk in my.
I have more beaver up mine, up in that one, so.
There is one other
I win.
change in here that's not marked in red, and it was at this Lauren's suggestion, actually. And if you look at, well, it's just north of the Red Mountain area, and you notice how Commissioner District 5 comes over right next to Red Mountain. And there was a whole census block there that had 0 population in it that was added,
One here.
Yeah.
that we've added into the Commissioner District 5. It just evens the map out. There were no transfer of people, but the map really looked funny because there was this tiny finger of 5 that stuck over there. And now it,
Oh, I see it on the, on 1 or 2 or 3,
so
option
look,
3, I
look
see
on
it.
the screen, she highlighted in green again there.
Yeah, and I'm kind of circling it's this boundary, this black boundary here, showing the census block. It has kind of a funny geometry, but it didn't represent any population.
Kind of like the town of Independence.
So it just kind of cleaned up the map and made it actually more
Squirrels,
readable. I
pine
think more
martens.
readable because you're not looking at this funny little appendage sticking over there and wondering what it is, because now it's a big block of land.
Yeah.
We're going to have public comment pretty soon.
Okay, so are we agreeing we can live with option 6? Is that our
Well,
preferred
It's a
option?
public hearing, maybe we'll
Okay.
revisit discussion option.
All right, let's open it up. Anybody in here want to talk about the redistricting lines, population changes? Yeah, come on up.
Yeah, come up to the mic.
Just have a quick question.
And please state your name.
Hi, my name's Linda Wad. I have a quick question. First of all, how would you notify all the people about these changes? Would you put it in the paper so they wouldn't have to just go online?
I would imagine it would be in the paper when we make the final decision, but.
Well, I would
we
think,
could-
I mean, the press covered it last time, and they're probably watching now, but we could make sure, I mean, I think all these maps maybe should all be put into the newspaper, but maybe the press would just do an article about it, I'm not sure.
We could do a press release.
The final map goes into the newspaper after it's finalized.
I think it should be
Yes.
in the paper several times so that people are really aware of it. I think it's an important change. The other question, this one, is north of Red Mountain. Is that Hunter Creek?
Goes up
Mm.
The hummingbird loading up.
I think you did tell me it was Hunter Creek, Steve.
Yeah,
North.
up where Red Mountain, and you have the hummingbird lode, that's Hunter Creek.
That is. Okay.
And nobody lives there.
Yeah. I just wondered why you're bringing that in. Any particular reason?
Well, it has to be in a district, and it was in District 5 prior, or District
3.
4?
I think it was in 3.
3, it was in 3.
And,
Oh, you already had it.
It's in a district. Every square inch of the county is in a district, whether or not
Okay.
anybody lives there.
I just was curious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gets confusing.
All right. That's all.
well, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? No?
Online.
Maybe
Okay.
see if anyone's on the.
I think doing a press release is not a bad idea.
Is anybody online, Russ? All right, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the commissioners. Yeah?
I'm just going to say, if we have the ability to keep it moving by getting comments sooner rather than later, just worried that the next go-around we get more comment and it requires a change, then that will stall the process. So the more PR we get for it, the better sooner, right?
Yeah, I think the suggestion that we put preferred option on the information on the website, that would be a really good idea. So that if people wanted to come in
And-
sooner rather than later, that would happen.
And the third, the preferred option could be inserted into the resolution, assuming there are no changes at the final meeting, if that's the case.
Just get it out there for the public.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean the public won't come in at the last minute.
True.
Yeah,
No.
How would we handle it if public does make comments, even on June 28th? We could get public comments then and potentially change our mind on the boundary. Could we do a minor boundary adjustment at the last minute?
Have to
Or
go.
would we have to then hold an additional meeting?
Have to hold an additional meeting.
Any more change after today? then
Essentially, creating a change is introducing a new plan, a new redistricting plan. So if that is going to happen, it needs to take place at a public meeting. So if there's a change between now, anytime after now, that needs to happen at a new public hearing, whether that's the 28th or a sooner date if you're trying to maintain the 28th. If on the 28th, you're wanting to entertain another plan or introduce a new plan at that meeting, then it'll be necessary to schedule a follow-up meeting after that.
Before July,
28th. 28th.
oh, 28th. Phew.
Gives you a month after that to June 28th.
So Francie, I don't want to rush this any more than it should be, but if you've kind of got a thumbs up for number 6 now, I'd make a motion that we can't approve anything, but there's nothing we can do, but I can make a motion that we close the special meeting of the redistricting commission and hand it back to staff in anticipation of our next meeting. Leave it at that.
We don't need to pass a resolution at first reading? Okay.
No.
So
Need a
is that a
second.
motion to adjourn the?
That was a motion to adjourn,
redistricting
yes. I didn't say adjourn, but that's what I
commission?
meant.
I'll second.
Okay, you guys ready to move on to a different part of the meeting? All those in favor of adjourning the special meeting on redistricting, please say aye.
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 Okay,
All right.
thank you, Steve.
That meeting is closed. And now we're going to go into the individual consideration item. Public hearing, second reading on the ordinance of the County Commissioners of Pitkin approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for 2211 East Soapers Creek Road. And Paul is going to present this to us.
Thank you, Francie. Yes, my name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager for Open Space and Trails. I'm going to bring up a map here so I can share what this property looks like. But while I do that, I'm going to let you know there was one change to our conservation easement that is not in your packet. It was just the addition of an exhibit to the conservation easement, which is a disclosure of perpetuity, which is a requirement of the state when a landowner is granting a conservation easement. Before, we had thought that a disclosure of perpetuity, it's a requirement if you're obtaining tax credits through the state, but we just got an opinion that said we need to do that for every conservation easement. So
Okay.
we've added that to the conservation easement exhibit. It just says that the landowner recognizes that a conservation easement is a perpetual document.
Okay.
Is that new?
It happened in 2020, so relatively new, but it was added to the enabling statutes that allows landowners to grant conservation easements. So, okay, I am here. Here it comes. Whoops. So, this is the property that we're talking about. This is owned by John and Janie Bennett. It's at 2211 East Cypress Creek Road. You can see their existing residential structures are closer to the road here. And the property altogether is 50 acres. When they came through with a land use application to designate their some of their structures historic in exchange for a TDR and also activity envelope and site plan review. They represented that they would like to grant a conservation easement for all of their land east of Sopris Creek, which is, right here. It runs through the property, and grant a conservation easement over that 46 acres. This meadow here does have water rights, so those water rights are going to be tied to this property forever. It's about 0.6 cubic feet of water, and this landowner and every subsequent landowner will have to maintain those water rights and will not be able to transfer them off anywhere else. The easement is essentially just a no-build wildlife habitat conservation easement with this bit of agriculture protection as well. But there is this disturbance area, which is just a flat gravelly area where the landowner's neighbor actually put this in, and it's just a storage area, so we're allowing them to possibly put a machine shed or something up there if they want to. But other than that, this
Storage area for what?
it's just they park some trucks out there.
Oh.
Yeah. Other than that, this conservation easement is really just protecting the wildlife habitat on this hillside and this agricultural area here and this riparian area along the creek. And other than the change that I described before, nothing has changed from first reading.
No, I'm comfortable with it. I was comfortable with it at the last time.
All right.
So,
Still have to go out and see the apples.
any comments or questions? All right, I'll look for a motion.
It's a
Public
public
hearing.
hearing.
Laura? Oh, public hearing. Is there anybody here in the public who would like to speak to this? Thank you, thank you.
We're online.
I think not. Anybody online, Russell?
Sarah Oates is the
If you
representative.
do want to speak to it, please raise your hand so we can let you in.
Sarah Oates is the representative for the Bennetts, but I don't know if she'll want to make a comment or not.
Might as well let her in.
Might as well.
Hi, it looks like I've been unmuted. I don't have any additional comments or unless the commissioners have questions. This is pretty straightforward and, I think the Bennetts are excited to grant the easement and are happy that the county is excited to accept this easement.
Thank you. Steve?
Just a little tidbit of history. The one time I've been in that house was when Mac Smith's parents owned it, and Mac was living over there with his siblings in that house. And that to me is just Mac has gained a name for himself as the head of the Highland Ski Patrol for years now. And so I just think that's a little interesting piece of history about this property that we need to remember.
I don't know if that's represented on the plaque that's going on the road. It's going to go right here.
Home of a celebrity.
But there's going to be an interpretive sign describing the historic values of the buildings and structures there.
I drove down that road yesterday. I went home over the top after dropping Steve off in Old Snowmass. I did not see a single car from when I left Old Snowmass to when I pulled into my driveway on Prince Creek Road. It was so awesome.
How about mountain bikers doing the loop?
Nope.
Electric bikes.
Sometimes.
Nope.
Sometimes they'll ride that loop and go on the Hay Park Trail and.
Yeah, it was, actually, there was one car from Emma up to Sopris Mountain Ranch. They turned in at Sopris Mountain Ranch. I almost forgot about that. It was a pretty nice ride.
Till you got home and had hail and pouring rain.
And I'm saying that because there's not that many people who are going to drive by to look at that plaque. We hope.
It's true, but
If you do, it's there.
if you do, it's there. We're hoping to catch some bikers as they go by.
Right.
Maybe.
All right, so I'll look for a motion.
Close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing. It's been open for a while.
And I will make a motion
Close it.
to approve the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for 2211 East Soapers Creek Road, with great thanks going out to John and Janie and Eleanor Bennett.
I'll second that.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you, Paul. Nice work on that.
Thank you very much.
I'll be back.
Again soon.
Okay, our second item brings Lindsay up. It is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an individual grant agreement with Rocky Mountain Health Plans in the amount of $250,000. Looks like Lindsay will be with us for a while accepting grants, which is awesome.
And you get to hear her today.
Did you bring
I
your
know.
cash register?
Hello, everyone. Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services. Thanks for having me here, and sorry I couldn't talk yesterday. That was
You were
so
doing good
frustrating.
signage, little signs and nodding head.
This is the.
Sometimes the older ways are better. Just showing up in person.
I'm just going to be in person from now on, I think. So this first one, this is the Rocky Mountain Health Plans, right? Or no, this is.
The first one is the Rocky Mountain Health Plans and for
For
$250,000.
250, thank you. All right, so this was really intended to help support some of the mental health efforts that we're doing in partnership with public health. Second reading today, so looking to appropriate that funding to help pay for some of the salaries of our folks that are helping with the mental health access program.
And no
Any
changes.
questions from the board for
No
Lindsay?
changes.
And anybody in the public who would like to speak to this or ask questions? If you're online and you'd like to speak, if you could raise your hand so we can see.
If we could make Sam Landercasper a panelist also, that'd be great. He's here to help, in case I miss
He's
anything.
always here to help.
I know. He's so great, isn't
Hi,
he?
Sam. Any questions for Sam or Lindsay?
Nope.
Okay,
There he
well,
is.
I'm going to close the public hearing and look for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an individual grant agreement with Rocky Mountain Health Plans in the amount of $250,000. And thank you.
I will second, and I do have a question, if that's
Okay.
okay. How will this interact with the clinic, whose name just completely?
Recovery Resources.
No, Mountain
Family Health.
Yeah.
Mountain Family Health.
Yeah.
So Family Health Centers is one of the contracted partners in the mental health access program. So the positions that were hired in-house to help coordinate and really gather the data that we've been looking for so long, this money is to help offset those positions. So that's a partnership with funders, the Aspen School District, the hospital, city, and ourselves that are all helping contribute to these positions and the expansion of what's happened at Mountain Family Health Center, as well as our partners at Mind Springs Health, the Hope Center, and Recovery Resources.
Thank you.
Okay. So, have we voted on it? No, we have not.
No.
So all those in favor of this resolution, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
And the next one is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an individual grant agreement with Rocky Mountain Health Plans in the amount of $10,000. Lindsay?
Great, thank you. So this one is really meant to help support our school resource center, Aspen Family Connections. This is going to pass through to them, and really it's for supporting children and families through the summer months and then through the school year as well, with different things like recreational or camp costs or fees for memberships for rec centers, things like that. Whatever families are really needing that kind of support for, and meant to really serve those who are Medicaid or on Medicaid or are Medicaid eligible.
And is this the one that goes to all the schools in the county?
So the Aspen Family Connections does serve all of the schools in the county. Yeah, and I was able to get some clarification on just the way they have a whole referral system that any school can refer to get any sort of support through the resource center. That
Okay,
way.
great. So
Yeah.
it does cover All of them.
All of them.
Okay, great.
All in
Thank you.
Pitkin County, yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
Question, and it does say Medicaid eligible only, is that correct?
So the intention is to serve folks, children and families who are on Medicaid, and what Rocky Mountain Health Plans has asked us is to just make sure that we're tracking that. So it can be serving folks that are on Medicaid or are eligible or in need of assistance, as long as we are also serving families that are on Medicaid.
Got it, okay.
Then we can be utilizing these funds.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll be
Okay.
glad to make a motion to approve this resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an individual grant agreement with Rocky Mountain Health Plans in the amount of $10,000.
I can second that.
Let you do the big item ones.
Okay, we have a motion from Steve
No,
and a second from Greg.
it's a public hearing.
Did we not open it? Did we not
I
open
thought I
it?
opened it. There's so many openings.
There's a lot.
Okay, it's open.
Does anybody who wants to comment, and then we'll close it.
I don't think there's anybody out there, so we'll close the public meeting and then we will vote. So all those in favor of this resolution, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. We still have Lindsay, because number 11 is the resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving an individual grant agreement with the Aspen Skiing Company for the Caring for Community Fund grant.
Great, thank you. So this one in the amount of $5,250 is to support mental health services and reduce stress for families and individuals who are living right on the cusp there, or living in poverty. So this is really intended as well to support direct client benefits and some staffing costs if needed. And I believe in the last meeting, Patty, you had asked about a thank you note. So we did include attachments on all of these grants to have Francie sign.
I saw those.
You saw those, yeah.
I haven't seen them physically, I saw them online.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we would like to send thank you notes to all of these organizations who are helping support our community.
I'm pretty sure Charlotte will do an electronic signature and it'll go out.
That'll be great. Thank you. Thanks. I do have one comment, though. The ski company, does these with direct payroll deductions from their employees who sign up for their different, one is their environmental fund, which has been in effect for a long time, which does, a little bit here, a little bit there, and a lot some places, and it's great that the ski company reaches out. And I know that Auden Schindler was, I think, very instrumental in creating this grant opportunity through the ski company. So I think it's great that the ski company has, and it's their employees. Their employees is voluntary, and so I want to thank all of the ski company employees for contributing.
Okay, is there anybody in the public who'd like to comment on this resolution from approving a grant from the Aspen Ski Company? All right, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Any more comments or questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing Pitkin County Department of Human Services to accept grant funds from the Aspen Skiing Company for the Caring for Community Fund.
I'll second.
From the Caring for Community Fund.
We have a motion from Steve and a second from Kelly. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And now we have a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an individual grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Human Services for the Homeless Initiatives Grant. Take it away, Lindsay.
Yeah. So this grant is really intended to help provide support for the regional efforts to end homelessness. This will be funding 1 to 2 positions, hopefully, called housing navigators that are really intended to help build portfolio and landlord relationships for folks who are in need of housing, who have either been chronically homeless in the past or are on the verge of becoming homeless. So we are actually in the process of doing a request for proposal, because this will also pass through to an organization or organizations to fund the regional efforts to end homelessness.
And how much is this grant?
This grant is $150,000, and I might add that there was a total of $750,000 that the Colorado Department of Human Services had offered through this grant process, and we are the second biggest awardee of these grants. $150,000 is a lot of that $750,000.
Great.
So
That's great.
we're
Thank you.
exciting. Yeah, we're excited.
Really exciting. Any questions for Lindsay or for Sam? Anybody in the public who would like to comment on this grant? If you could raise your hand and let us know you'd like to speak, please. Anybody in the room? All right, I'll close the public hearing and look for a motion.
I'd make a motion, unless somebody else wanted to jump in. Approving an individual grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Human Services for the Homeless Initiatives Grant.
I would second, and I would also just like to say that I would love to help elevate the attention on the regional homelessness solutions initiatives that Lindsay has really spearheaded and been a collaborative partner in. I think this really adds a lot to our bigger conversations related to the housing solutions and land use and everything about how we really are trying to find creative ways to solve problems that have high integrity and also don't undermine our other community values and goals that we have. So I will keep an eye out for opportunities to do that, because I think it's, we're really implementing best practices here that are effective, and it would be great for other communities to sort of learn from and allow us to help shepherd along as well. So
Great. So all those in favor of approving this resolution, please say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you so much, Lindsay.
Thank you for your time.
Congratulations.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thanks for all that amazing work you do. Okay, we have
Jenny's on deck.
item 13 now, which is resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving contract amendment number 1 with the State of Colorado Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Administration for funding the Pitkin Area Co-Responder Team PACT program. And we have Jenny Lyons.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Again, this is the second reading and time for public comment. I'm happy to kind of reiterate for the sake of the public a few of these points from last time. This funding from the BHA was first received in 2018, and we had our first co-responder in the field in 2019. This year's amount is $380,000 in support of the PACT program. The resolution as written would allow us to continue accepting funding for the 2024 state fiscal year. I would ask if it might be possible to modify that language, Laura, so that we could accept it for more fiscal years after this one, or do we need to take that back?
Yeah, so as the board would not be doing expenditures, you could accept for additional years. You just can't spend for additional years without additional approval through your appropriation process. So yes.
Okay.
So we'd see Jenny, regardless, we'd see her coming back each year with the plan to
Appropriations.
expend
Every year for the
yeah.
appropriations. Okay.
But only then.
Yep.
Good idea.
But do we need to amend this agreement to allow it?
I don't think you need to. It would depend on whether or not the state is agreeable to it in terms of granting the funding.
It would be another contract amendment for the next 3 additional fiscal years would be the plan. So I believe that they're open to it as long as whatever signature process we have can move forward.
Yes.
For accepting the
so
funds.
basically, the easy language to put into your resolution is that you're approving it as is, and you're open to form as approved by the county attorney's office, which is likely what it already says. So you're probably covered.
Okay.
So do we have to make a motion to amend that?
No, as long as
Okay.
it says approved as to form, but it should.
I think it does. It just doesn't specifically say additional years, which was the part I was questioning. All right, and of course, we would bring back any major changes for approval prior to even accepting the grant funds. But these funds support most of the mental health program administrator salary and benefits. This position is still currently open. We have several applicants and we'll be starting interviews soon. But please it's open for another week if you know of anyone. But as I transition into planning and programs manager for public health, it also supports 2 members of the PACT field team, a co-responder clinician who's a master's level social worker or counselor, and a peer support specialist who comes alongside people with lived experience. As well, there's funds for travel, client support, training, office supplies, etc. We currently have 3 PAC team field members in the field and are responding 6 days a week. We have a new co-responder starting June 5th, and once she is fully trained, we will be back to 7-day per week response. We do still have that open position for case manager as well. So still looking for that if anyone knows of anyone. We will be bringing findings from the 2022 PACT annual report to the BOCC in July, along with other public health programs. And I will note that PACT works with some of our most vulnerable community members, working to keep them out of crisis and connected with services, including healthcare and supports for daily living. This request would continue our receipt of the grant funding, and if you move to approve, we will be able to continue providing PACT services through the co-responder and peer support specialist positions, as well as the mental health program administrator. Any questions?
Just a comment. I read an article recently, and I don't know where it is. I couldn't find it in the short time I've been looking, but it really sounds as if this program is really one of the earliest ones to be adopted in the state. I think that's accurate.
Yes, it was.
And a lot of, after, was it Summit County was first? But anyway, we see a lot of this coming online in other communities and other states, and it really seems to be working. So I'm enthusiastic about it, just want to say.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody in the public who'd like to ask a question or make a comment? Bill?
Yeah, Jenny.
Come on up.
Can you come up to the, got to do the whole thing.
I knew he couldn't just sit there. I knew.
I was so comfortable there. Jenny, I'm Bill Dinsmore. I live in Woody Creek. I'm ignorant about exactly what this PAC does.
Sure.
What is it? What do they do? What does the team do?
What does the team do? PACT stands for Pitkin Area Co-Responder Teams. At the moment, the field team that I've mentioned partners with our 3 law enforcement agencies in Pitkin County. Pitkin County Sheriff's Department, Aspen Police Department, and Snowmass Village Police Department. And the co-responders, the 2 clinicians, the ones that we have right now both happen to be social workers, co-respond with law enforcement on certain active calls that they or law enforcement identify as having a mental health or substance use component. So, for example, a welfare check would be a great one that the clinicians might go along with law enforcement.
Do they might or always go along when there's such a call?
It depends on, it's at law enforcement's discretion to a large degree. Within Aspen Police, my understanding is that those calls are often given to the human services officers if they're available, and then they do frequently go with PACT. And then if it's a different officer who's responding, it's at their discretion. And the co-responders can also listen to the radio and kind of let the officers know that they're available if they think there might be an option for them to go along on one of those calls.
Just a concern that I share, that a lot of people in the country would share. There are a lot of police departments and officers who are not trained about how to deal specifically with people who are in a crisis, mental health or substance abuse crisis, and these often go terribly wrong if there's not a professional along with them. I'm not saying this is the case in Pitkin County, but it sure as hell is in our country, and I just hope that when these calls go out that their police or a sheriff's department certainly make sure it's known that these people are available, and it would be great if they came along to assist them.
Absolutely. The co-responders do put themselves on the board with dispatch when they are available, so that all law enforcement who's on at that time can see that they're available. And as well, they're great, and part of the reason for having them along is that they can de-escalate. They really increase the tools available for our law enforcement on these types of calls.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking that, Bill.
And I guess I would just comment, you've probably all heard about Clear Creek, what happened in Clear Creek County, where they had a really tragic, murder of a person who was in crisis by one of their deputies, and they have settled that case with the family, and they are hiring one of these PAC teams to bring on, I think in response to that as well, to avoid it in the future.
And can I add? And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's training that also goes along with this to help train our responders in some mental health issues to identify, so that gives them more of a heads up if they need to call in a member.
Responders being police or sheriff?
Police or sheriff.
Okay.
Correct.
So they know that this is a case where we might want to bring somebody along with us who can help diffuse the crisis. Since day one, which was many years ago, it has been an amazing program, much appreciated by all sides of the incident. And Pickens County, along with Summit County, did lead the way. And we've been able to get these grant monies every year since, because it's been just such an important program.
Yay.
Yeah, it's a really positive thing.
Is there anybody else in the public who'd like to comment? If you're online, please raise your hand so we can see. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the commissioners.
I'd make a motion to approve this. And I'm trying to, I got lost here. Where am I? Where's the PACT program?
Number 13.
13. Approving a contract amendment number 1 with the State of Colorado Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Administration for funding of the Pitkin Area Co-Responder Teams program. And if I could add, certainly want to make a motion to approve this. I note that the really tragic thing in Clear Creek County ended up with a $19 million settlement Clear Creek County had to pay to the family of the poor guy who was shot by a deputy without provocation, really. And so this is a humanitarian thing, and it's a huge cost savings for liability issues. I'm so grateful, and I believe we've had co-responders actually defusing situations in some cases already. So I don't know how grave or what you can talk about, but it's already, I think, proven to be a really important, valuable, and smart way to do law enforcement and social services at the same time. There's my long, lengthy motion.
I'll second your long, lengthy motion.
If there are no further questions, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thanks, Jenny.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Jenny.
Jenny.
Anytime.
Number 14, resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen, accepting a financial contribution to the acquisition of the Moore Ranch Conservation Easement, covenant and fee interest parcel. And Rye is going to present this to us.
We're just
and we're
raking it in today.
very happy to see this.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks, Ryan Neely. I'm the county attorney's office, as you all know. I'm covering this item for Dale. As we discussed last time, this is a cleanup item associated with the Moore Family Ranch Open Space Preservation Master Plan. In connection with the multi-part acquisition of the Moore Family Ranch up on McLean Flats, the city contributed $1 million to our fee acquisition portion of the transaction. And this IGA matches or is the counterpart to the IGA the city approved back in the fall. It was actually September 27th, 2022. As the AIS in your packet states, at the time that Dale had you all approve the contract to authorize the appropriation for the Moore Ranch conservation easement and fee acquisition, he mistakenly assumed that the scope of that ordinance was sufficient to cover the IGA with the city of Aspen. Thanks to the diligent work of Jeanette Jones and Julia Ely, they found that to not be the case. So we're here to clean that up in front of you right now. And this is a second reading of the resolution, and staff certainly recommends that the board adopt this resolution on second reading. Today is a public hearing, so if you don't have any other questions for me yet.
Let's
that needs
open the
to
public
happen.
hearing. Bill?
The Weir Creek Caucus met, Planning Commission met yesterday and talked about this. I know Tommy and Carolyn and the family have been working on this for a long time, and it's quite complicated. It's not just their choice, but there are other family members that have issues about their property up there. Rye, could you articulate what the specific trade-offs are about getting this easement being granted, and what did the Moores get in exchange?
Sure, I can definitely do that. So it was a multifaceted transaction. The Moores, or the county, so let me back up. The transaction has largely been completed at this point.
Yeah.
What the BOCC and the county acquired from the Moore family was a few different things. The largest portion of the acquisition was about a 95-acre fee simple interest for all the property on the west side of McLean Flats. So that's, if you're driving up valley, that would be off to your right, all that open fields over there.
Yeah.
On the left side as you're driving up valley, where the Moore family historic house is and the red barn that we're all familiar with, the county acquired a conservation easement on that property, and as well as a few different covenants on the actual homestead parcel around Tom and Carolyn's house
And barn.
and the barn.
Yeah.
One of those covenants is a restrictive covenant that essentially restricts use of that parcel to the allowed land use entitlements that were granted through the master planning process. So that was an additional single-family residence on the homestead parcel from what's there today.
Okay, so they get an additional potential
Yes, sir.
site.
There's, the county also acquired a historic covenant on the homestead parcel, which covers the historic house that Tom and Carolyn live in now, as well as the red barn. So those two structures have been included on the Pickens County Historic Register, and their maintenance and ongoing existence is protected utilizing that historic covenant
In perpetuity.
in perpetuity. As far as additional land use entitlements that the Moore family acquired, the Open Space Preservation Master Plan effectuated a subdivision where the Moore family obtained a approximately 5-acre lot on the up valley and east side of their property, where the Moores are free to market that.
As it's individual or multi?
It's for a single family residence, having a floor area up to 8,250 square feet, as well as attendant agricultural structures. And I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what the square footage of the additional agricultural structures are, but let's see if I'm forgetting anything. I am forgetting one thing. The fee purchase on the west side of McLean Flats Road included 300 shares from the Salvation Ditch.
Right.
So that was an element of the transaction. I think that's about all, if that's not enough.
We also extinguished one building right, a potential building right over more towards Boogie's property line on that side. There was a proposal to add another lot over there. That
Yep.
went away.
I suppose that was an ancillary benefit or a natural benefit to acquiring the property on the west side of McLean Flats Road outright. That property over there was potentially eligible for, if you divided it upright, potentially 2, maybe 3 homes on the west side of McLean Flats Road there. I guess given the development potential of that property, my opinion that has been and is still now that the Moore family was very generous in working with the county on the master plan approval.
Are my cloudy understanding that there are other family members, cousins and nieces and nephews, that are still have issues that are unresolved on this property? Are you aware of those, Ryan?
I am. There is a portion of the overall Moore Historic Ranch that was not included as part of the master plan approval. And that property is approximately 40 acres, and it borders, I'm going to get it wrong, Star Mesa Road. And that's about 40 acres to the north of Tom and Carolyn's existing property right now.
And that is unresolved about?
That particular property was not wrapped up as part of this transaction. The county continues to be interested in bringing that into the overall Moore Ranch master plan approval, but to date that has not happened, and it remains in joint ownership with the Moore family and a few other individuals as far as I'm aware of, but I haven't looked in a few months as to what.
And that was a financial issue about compensation wasn't sufficient to get an agreement?
I really don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I do know that the Pickens County Land Use Code requires all the co-owners of the property to submit to and consent to the submission of a land use application for any given piece of property. And if you don't have consent from all the owners, then you cannot process a land use application. And we did not have consent from all the property owners at the time that
Okay.
Tom and his wife came in.
Thanks very much, Rod. Good job. Really clear to me. It was
Dusted
it's a
off some
complex
cobwebs
thing out there.
Thank you, Bill.
Bill, you
Steve,
can
did
just
you
sit
have
there if you
something?
want.
It was,
Well, I'll come
I
back.
talked about it, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, Steve, sorry if I cut you off there.
no worries.
No, I wanted to make sure you told about the unresolved parcel, was all.
Right.
I do have one question. So,
Sure.
the part of the land that has the water rights that's west of the road, is that going to be part of the agricultural lease program, or who will maintain that?
I don't think that's been fully decided yet. I do know that at least historically, and I'm under the impression that this is going to take place this year as well, the city of Aspen has helped through their lessee at Cozy Point, has helped irrigate and then hay that property to the west, and utilized, I think then Tom and Carolyn have sold some of that hay. There's a back and forth. They've sold some of that hay to Cozy Point in exchange or in consideration of the amount of labor that went into producing it. And I don't know the specifics of that what that arrangement is, but at least for this summer, I understand that, and Paul probably knows better, although he's not here anymore, that arrangement is going to continue through this summer. What happens as whether it gets brought into the Open Space and Trails Ag Leasing Program, I don't know the answer to that. That's a possibility, certainly. Whether the ongoing relationship with Cozy Point continues for some time, that appears to have been a win-win situation, and I don't know if anybody's looking to change that right now, but
Well, aren't we
we'll see.
required to put it out for?
So the way the Open Space and Trails Ag Leasing Program works is the Open Space and Trails Department, after receiving a recommendation from a committee, decides which of the county's open space properties get put into the ag leasing program. We have a number of properties that are not currently included in the ag leasing program, to the extent that they're not put in a pool and go out to bid to seek a lessee for those properties. We have a number of them where we either just directly lease to somebody outside of the overall scope of the program, and we have some that aren't in ag production at all.
And what committee is that?
I couldn't tell you the exact names. I think it's the Ag Leasing Committee or whatever. I think I'm
Relatively new
I think
committee.
I'm technically on it.
Ag Leasing Committee?
It's
But-
a technically new committee we created.
It's
after we
a
had issues
recommendatory
with that.
function. Most of the time,
Okay.
the Open Space and Trails Board, when they're doing a management plan for a particular property, like Glacier, for example, they will designate portions of the property that are available for ag leasing, and it doesn't necessarily encompass the entire property.
Okay. All right, the public hearing is still open. Is there somebody else?
Linda has her hand
Yeah,
up.
I know. I'm
Okay.
going there.
Okay.
Okay, would you like to come up and talk?
I might have missed some, I'm Linda Wog. I might have missed something, but where does open space and trails have jurisdiction on this?
I'm not sure I completely understand your question. The county owns a portion of the Moore Ranch outright, just like any other property owner. So we manage that through the Open Space and Trails Department. Does that answer your question?
No.
It does.
And then the conservation easement, we're partners to that on the conservation easement, aren't we? So
Correct. And the conservation easement represents a property interest that the county holds on the majority of the Moore family ranch.
So,
and we paid the Moore family a certain amount of money for that conservation easement.
right, so open space and trails is just a part of, I don't understand how that fits.
Sure. So the Pickens County Open Space and Trails program is run through a department of Pickens County, which is the Open Space and Trails Department.
Right. I thought they were separate, their own entity.
There is a misconception out there, and I'm not saying that you're incorrect. Well, you are incorrect about that. The Open Space and Trails cannot be separated from Pickens County. It is not a different entity. So the ownership of that property is actually the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, not the Pickens County Open Space and Trails Department.
I see.
As compared to, for instance, Aspen Valley Land Trust, which is separate and does their own conservation easements. But Open Space and Trails is a department of Pickens County. And they have their we have our conservation easements as well.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the little lesson.
Sorry I didn't understand your question. What else?
Well, we got
I
Marty.
do have a question when we're done with public.
Couple quick questions. On the Moore property, open space and trails purchased below the road, right, towards the river.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you write your own covenants on that, or how does that entity work?
So the fee-owned property right now is, well, there's a two-part answer to that. One is in connection with the overall transaction, the Moore family requested that a third party hold a view shed, a conservation easement to protect the view shed from McLean Flats Road to the west up Snowmass. And that conservation easement is held by Aspen Valley Land Trust, and that covers approximately 15 acres of the property that the county acquired in fee from the Moore family. 15 acres of approximately 95 acres. That 15 acres comprises of largely the agricultural fields you see, or the large agricultural field you see to the west as you're driving up valley on McLean Flats Road. The remainder of the property is wrapped into the county's open space and trails regulations that are governed by Title 12 of the Pickens County Code, as well as the Pickens County Home Rule Charter, Article 13. And the use and restrictions on those properties are both governed and then restricted by those two documents. In addition to that, on a case-by-case basis and largely on almost every basis, the Open Space and Trails Board will implement a management plan for any given property. That has not taken place with respect to the Moore Family Ranch, but, and I'm assuming it will take place at some point, but usually from the time that the county makes an acquisition like this to the time that the planning process goes through where a management plan is put in place is usually a couple years.
So do the Moores have any control over that property?
The property that the county acquired in fee?
Yeah, that's true.
They don't have any covenant or anything that runs to the benefit of the Moores, so no, unless they were to ultimately get a lease from the county or something to that effect that allows them to regain some control. The 95 acres to the west of McLean Flats Road is owned solely outright by the county, except for the 15-acre conservation easement that I described.
What about the the other properties the Moore put into the conservation easement?
The property to the east of McLean Flats Road is, the use of those properties is restricted by the land use approval, the master plan approval, as well as the conservation easement that the BOCC acquired from the Moores at the time we closed on the overall
And
transaction.
that's all been drafted?
Yes, sir. It's been drafted and recorded in the, if you'd like me to send you a copy of those, I'd be more than happy to do that.
I'd like to read that. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Steve?
So, Rye, there is another parcel, of open space land down by the Rio Grande Trail that was acquired from the Moores at some point.
That's true.
That this would, I think, be being added.
Is your mic on,
Your
Steve?
mic's not on.
Could we talk about that a little, just so we have, make sure we have that
Sure.
straight?
I believe in 2012, and that sounds about right to me, the Moore family worked out the BOCC worked out an acquisition from the Moore family for a purchase, and I don't know the acreage off the top of my head, for a chunk of ground that is more down in the Snowmass Canyon. And this property that,
It's in the Roaring Fork Canyon.
thank you, the Roaring Fork Gorge
Gorge.
planning area, I believe, is actually what it's called. And this, the 95 acres that we acquired from the Moore family most recently, is likely to be wrapped into the overall planning effort for the Roaring Fork Gorge, which it's a number of properties down there at this point, including these two latest acquisitions from the Moores. There's several between conservation easement and outright fee ownership that go from approximately Wilton Jaffe Park all the way up to the airport. So this latest acquisition is really going to fit into that mosaic of both, with largely fee-owned properties, but there's also a couple conservation easement interests in there, including on the Aspen Sanitation District property. There's a conservation easement that flows down into the gorge to protect some of the wildlife habitat on the steep hillsides in there.
So, Rye, today we're talking about an IGA with the city to accept their $1 million contribution to the overall pot of funds for this acquisition. From what I can tell, it doesn't look like they're asking for a lot in exchange for that. The only thing I read is some consultation related to the management plan on the 95 acres. Is that accurate? Am I reading that accurately, or am I missing anything?
You are reading that correctly. The city of Aspen did not request a property interest in connection with their $1 million contribution. We've done this with the city of Aspen in the past. Most recently, I think Sky Mountain Park is very similar. They are a party to our management planning for that area, but they do not hold I want to say a physical property interest. They don't hold a property interest that they can transact separately from the property or anything like that. Okay. Whether that's in the form of a covenant or a conservation easement or some kind of co-tenancy in the property. And we reached out to the city when we initially contemplated that, and through their open space and trails department and the city attorney's office and the city council, they were happy to contribute the $1 million, satisfied that our conservation easement on the east part of the road, on the property to the east of the road, and our fee acquisition on the property to the west was sufficient to satisfy them as the conservation of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Patty?
Yeah, and thank you for bringing it up so the public knows. We were very grateful to the city for coming in with $1 million. The city was, and everybody's like, well, it's out of the city boundaries, but the city was was actually considering it. That's another entrance to Aspen, and protect that view plane when you drive up from W/J up the hill and you get to look out over that field and up into Snowmass is an incredible view plane, and very much supported by the Board of County Commissioners and by City Council. And so that $1 million went to help us be able to fulfill this transaction.
Well, even the view from Highway 82.
Yeah, and back. Yeah. So it's an incredible preservation effort. And we're very grateful to the city for being partners with us.
Okay. I think I'll close the public hearing if there's nobody else who'd like to say anything.
And I would love to make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion approving a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen, accepting a financial contribution to the acquisition of the Moore Ranch Conservation Easement, Covenant, and Fee Interest Parcel.
I'd second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Patty and a second from Greg. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yay.
Just gonna run and fill water. Feel free to keep going.
And now, while Kelly's doing that, I am going to recuse myself from item 15 and 16, items dealing with the Aspen Skiing Company and road issues on the top of Aspen Mountain as part of their master plan approval. So I will step out. Thank you.
Okay.
You're just getting a hot dog. I know what you're doing.
Get the hot dog with mustard and a splash of relish.
Welcome, Mac. So item 15, ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners accepting a winter road easement from the Aspen Skiing Company. We have Rye and Mac.
All right, I'll thank you. So again, Ryan Neely from the County Attorney's Office. This is the second reading of an ordinance accepting, I'm sorry, are we on the road easement first?
15.
All right. Accepting a winter road easement from the ski company. When we did this on first reading, the chair permitted me to address both of these items at the same time, and I hope that's okay now.
Sounds like a great idea.
I will ask that the board take separate action on each one of the ordinances after discussion and questions for staff and the applicant, and this is a public hearing. So the other aspect of this is a ordinance accepting a dedication of public highways from the Ski Eco for largely the same area. I'm trying to pull up a map here, but I'm failing. Do you have a map easy right there?
do.
Can he get his,
Can I get an invite to the meeting?
You can,
unless he can just plug it in right there.
or yeah, you can just join the meeting.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Do you have the Zoom link?
I don't.
All right,
I can
maybe
go to
I can just do it right here. Do you guys want a map? It'd be helpful. Sorry.
We have one in our packet.
Oh, you do?
Okay.
We have two, I think, in our packet, one for each one.
She's got it coming. Anyway, I'll keep going and then we can take a look at that. So today is second reading on both of these ordinances. First reading was on May 10, and the BOCC unanimously approved both ordinances at that time. As I said before, today is a public hearing. The impetus for these two ordinances and these dedications and grants of easement from the ski company was the approval of what is commonly known as the Aspen Skiing Company's Pandora's project. And that land use approval was memorialized, the land use approval for that project was memorialized by BOCC Resolution Number 80/2021. And that ordinance included two conditions of approval that are relevant to today's action. And they essentially are mirror the ordinances that are in front of the board now. Those conditions of approval required the Aspen Skiing Company to dedicate to the BOCC a 60-foot road right-of-way for all the newly created roadways or roadway improvements outside of the existing county rights-of-way for Aspen Mountain Summer Road, Midnight Mine Road, and Richmond Hill Road, and as well as a grant of easement for a winter road for an over the snow and winter travel corridor from the upper part of Midnight Mine Road to connect with Richmond Hill Road out the ridge. So that's what these two ordinances seek to effectuate. The ordinances are included in the BOCC's packet today, attached to each one of the action items. Each ordinance includes there's the map, great. Includes essentially a version of this map right here. And I think maybe I'll let, you wanna do a little orientation up here?
Happy to. Mac Keeling, Aspen Skiing Company. Hello, everybody. As Rye was just describing, there's a 60-foot right-of-way that is dedicating the top of Midnight Mine Road, where my cursor is, then a portion of Richmond Hill Road, which goes up that direction, and then the very upper portion of the Aspen Mountain Summer Road, which is that direction there. The roads, basically everything that's shown here was represented during the application process, and is in conformance with the ordinance and the resolution associated with it. And we have no comment and agree with the documents presented for approval today. And I guess over the snow road would be the hatched, if you're coming up Midnight Mine Road and then you take a right-hand turn as you're going up the hill, the over the snow easement would be just on the other side of the ski area operational boundary, is why it's positioned where it is. So.
And I forgot to add one more thing, or I forgot to add one thing. As you recall, on first reading, I walked in red line changes to both ordinances and passed them out at that meeting. Those changes have been incorporated into the version that's in the packet today, and there's been no other changes since first reading. Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that aspect of it.
Any questions from the commissioners?
Yeah.
Good. Steve?
During the summertime, where the Richmond Hill Road is and the corner from Midnight Mine Road into that, that's all still going to be in the same location as the existing road, but maybe with the building of the lift at the top terminus of the Pandora lift, maybe the road would be moved a little bit, or would it still be the same?
So Steve, the road is being moved a little bit in that Midnight Mine, Richmond Hill intersection there. It's the biggest change you'll notice is the elevation change. Right at that intersection today, there's a big trough, if you will, and so that the grade of that is going to get filled in. But the physical northern and eastern latitude, longitude of the intersection it's a few feet different than what it is today. So,
and that increasing the elevation there at the intersection, how far down Midnight Mine Road will you start you'll probably build it up gradually along a stretch of the road there.
It just using my eyes here, it's roughly 70 feet down the hill. So yeah, if all these easements are 60 feet wide from the intersection there to this point, 70, 80 feet, something like that is how far you have to go down. The elevation's going up a little bit. It's the adjacent grading that's going to change more.
Yeah,
so the road will change, I think, 18 inches to 24 inches, but the knoll's going to come down adjacent to it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. And Steve, so you're aware, the county engineer did review the plans for largely all these intersections, and I specifically asked him to ensure that from a functionality standpoint, these were going to serve the public both in the wintertime and the summer, particularly the exit off of Midnight Mine Road onto the winter road easement. I wanted to make sure that the radius of that turn, there's sufficient room to make it safely. And the county engineer working with the ski company has provided an opinion that he believes all this stuff is going to work from a practical and safety perspective for the public.
So that could be a place where the logging trucks carrying the timber out would make that corner going down.
Yeah, and it's tough to see, but
So it must be
I'll
a
zoom in
pretty
here.
wide corner for them to make that.
Yeah, if you zoom in here, Steve, on this where my cursor is the edge of the road. And in that location, in order to accommodate the vehicle turn radius that the county engineer requested from us, like Rye was saying, to make the intersection work the way that the county wants it to work, the road is physically getting wider in this one location so that they can make that turn.
Okay.
And that's not obviously not just logging trucks, but whatever other long truck is up there.
Yeah, you have stuff delivered up there to the sun deck. and
Exactly.
whatnot,
Question. Just a question regarding winter use by skiers. This is going to make it easier for skiers to, I'm not sure, do you intend to have skiers crossing this section with that, where the dip was, in order to get back to the sun deck from the terminus of the lift, or, just, this is going to make it easier for people on foot, I understand. Is that correct?
Yes, Greg. Yeah, from, let's do some drawing here. Basically, this is the top of the lift up here. The operational boundary, as it goes down the hill, will do something like that. And I can make that a little bigger.
So that gets rid of that big dip.
Yeah, it gets
A
rid of the
little
big
drop-off.
dip.
Yeah.
It's still obviously, you can't reverse some things. And the height of the lift, you'll be going downhill until you get to roughly the Midnight Mine intersection. And then it'll be uphill at that point, but it'll be a lot less drastic than it is today.
If you get up enough speed, you'll be able to coast it.
You'll be able to get pretty close. Yeah, probably that same, you've got a 60-foot walk instead of a 200-foot walk.
Right.
Something like that.
Yeah, thank you.
A challenge for
Other
you.
questions from the board? Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the public who would like to ask questions or comment on this? And if you're online, if you could raise your hand so we can see that you want to talk. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners accepting a winter road easement from the Aspen Skiing Company.
I'll second it.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And then for item 16,
I'll make a motion to accept the ordinance.
Look, a separate public.
Oh, separate public hearing.
I thought we did them both together until we made
Leave it
the,
open, can't you?
until we passed it.
Let's go.
Okay,
go
fine,
ahead.
let's open the public hearing.
We don't want to have to
Look,
come back and
Laura's right.
revisit.
It's
Item
best practice to
16, let's
open
do
for
it.
both of them.
This is accepting a dedication of a portion of Richmond Hill Road from the Aspen Skiing Company. Anybody in the public who would like to comment on that? Anybody online, raise your hand. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and look for a motion.
I'd make a motion to accept the dedication of a portion of Richmond Hill Road from the Aspen Skiing Company.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion from Greg and a second from Steve. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And it passes. Thanks, Thank you, Mac. Nice to see you.
Thanks for
Great to
coming
see
in.
everybody. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Um, Since we don't have huge land use, I'd like to take a quick break now, if that's okay with everybody.
You're the chair.
Yeah, but then, of course, and then we can get Patty and
It's
bring
kind
her
of
back
land
in.
use.
Yep.
Is that okay with everybody?
I'm fine. You wanna
And
go?
Dora, we're gonna take a little 10-minute break, so we'll be back at, well, let's be back at 2:30. It's an 8-minute break. right, welcome back to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, May 24th. We are still in individual consideration items. We're on number 17, which is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners amending the Pickens County Code Title 8, Chapter 2, Section 2-30-30H7, Road and Easement Vacations, and Section 63070 GMQS exemption for large lots, 500-plus acre parcels. And Rye's going to explain this to us.
I am going to do that.
3 hot dogs left. Come and get my thought. I saw it. I saw you staring at my hot dog.
Man, after
Better
my
take
own
in the
heart.
mustard and stuff.
No, I got it. I'm good.
Mustard?
Au naturel.
There's 2 more over there, gang. Marty, get a hot dog.
This is the best commissioners meeting I've ever been to.
We aim to please.
We knew you were coming. We planned a party with Public
You can have a
Works.
seat on the board.
All right, are you ready? All right, so again, Ryan Neely in the County Attorney's Office. So as Commissioner Jacober mentioned, this is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, amending Title 8 of the Pickens County Code, Sections 230-30H7, which has to do with road and easement vacations, and Section 63070, which is the current GMQS exemption for large lots. And those lots are 500-plus acres. I am going to address both of those separate land use code provisions separately and then ask for some questions from the board. Although, trying to think how to best do this. I did go to the P&Z with these land use code text amendments. So these are land use code text amendments, which require a 2-reading ordinance to the Board of County Commissioners after receiving a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Under the Pickens County Land Use Code text amendments are a 2-step review procedure. So the 2 steps in this case are the Planning and Zoning Commission, whereby a recommendation is provided to this body, and this body is the decision-making body for the text amendment. Essentially, you are exercising your legislative prerogative with respect to the Pickens County Land Use Code when you're making text amendments. The 2-step review criteria for land use code text amendments requires that there's 3 criteria. The first is that the land use code text amendment be consistent with the Pickens County Comp Plan. The second is that the proposed text of the land use code text amendment is in the form that is consistent with the organizational format and style of this land use code. Exhibits A and B are attached to the proposed ordinance, and those exhibits include the proposed text. In this case, the proposal is to just remove the text set forth in those exhibits from the land use code. Although, as we discuss further, that may be modified or amended. And the last criteria is that the proposed land use code text amendment repeal and reenact entire relevant sections of the Pickens County Land Use Code. That's criteria is somewhat irrelevant to this, or at least what's on the table right now, because this is just proposing to remove these whole sections from the land use code. If we are going to be amending them or something like that, the procedure we usually use is to repeal the whole section and bring it back with the amendments included in it. But that's not really what's on the table right now. Like I said, this is a 2-step review, and it requires a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Planning and Zoning Commission was good enough to hold a special meeting last night to consider these text amendments. And we had a quorum with some of our P&Z members appearing remotely and some appearing in person. But overall, we had a really good discussion last night. It lasted for about 2 hours. I will say the main and largest substance of the discussion had to do with the GMQS exemption as opposed to the road vacation. So if it's okay with the BOCC, I'd like to discuss the road vacation issue first. I think we had largely, you'll recall that Commissioner Curry voted nay in approving the ordinance on first reading that's in front of the board. My understanding, and she can correct me, is that largely had to do with the GMQS exemption and not the road vacation. As I said, the Planning and Zoning Commission discussion was largely centered around the GMQS exemption. So my proposal is to discuss the road vacation so that the public that is here can understand that and move along from there. I will say that the Planning and Zoning Commission ultimately did not recommend that the BOCC adopt these land use code text amendments. It was a 3-2 vote, and it was largely because that the two items were combined together. I think the majority of the Planning and Zoning Commission supported removing the road vacation provision from the land use code, but was not as sure about the GMQS exemption. So I'm going to describe what the ordinance is proposing to do with respect to the road vacation, and then get into the GMQS exemption a little bit, if that's okay with the chair. If anybody has any questions right now, I'd be happy to do them. Otherwise, I'll jump into it. Go ahead.
Let's hear it.
All right. So what the proposed ordinance is designed to do with respect to 230H7 is to remove a procedure in the Pickens County Land Use Code for vacating public roads. And essentially public county roads. Essentially what is being proposed is to remove that from the land use code and just utilize the procedure provided by Colorado Revised Statute 43-2303, which provides a procedure for essentially doing the same thing. An interested party can come in under the statute and submit a petition to vacate a public road. If after notice and hearing on that particular issue, particularly notice to adjacent property owners on the road in question or served by the road in question, the BOCC can then exercise its discretion to vacate or to not vacate the road. It is unusual for, let me rephrase. It is unusual for a county land use code to provide a mechanism for doing that outside of the procedure provided by state statute. I did a little poll of some of the other counties. Most do not include this. I couldn't actually find any county that included this in their land use code outside of the petition procedure through state statute. So it's
really quick question,
yep.
just right there.
Go ahead.
So if they go through the state petition process, it still comes back to the BOCC?
You might.
I'm not going to repeat it.
You're not going to read. Commissioner Jacober's question was, does it still go to the BOCC if they utilize a state statute? And the answer is yes. If they utilize a state statute, it is ultimately, in either circumstance, it's up to the BOCC. The BOCC has the sole authority to vacate a public county road.
Okay,
So
thank you.
ultimately, it comes back to this body.
It's just the vehicle.
It's just the vehicle.
Okay.
Yes, so in essence, then it's a redundancy to us have it in our code when the state statute already provides for it. So we're not technically eliminating it, we're just pursuing it through the state process.
I think that's a fair way to state it. And that leads me into the second issue and the second reason that the county attorney's office is recommending that this be removed from the county code, or I'm sorry, the county land use code. The way that the county land use code is drafted, it makes mandatory that the BOCC vacate a public road if an applicant can demonstrate that no property owner is left without access to a public right-of-way. Under the state statute, that is a discretionary determination of the BOCC. And I think that's important. The BOCC shouldn't take in my opinion, the BOCC shouldn't take lightly the idea of vacating a public road that may have been established through 100 years of public use or been dedicated to the county or anything like that. Considering the totality of the circumstances, that may be appropriate in certain circumstances, but I certainly wouldn't want this board's hands to be tied by language from the land use code that, as far as I can tell, didn't have any real design or intention behind it with respect to why it was enacted that way. If anything, it may have just been an oversight at the time it was included in the code. In any event, I believe that the language of state statute is more in line with the BOCC's discretionary ability and authority over county roads. So as far as the ordinance goes, that particular aspect of it, as far as I understand it, is not necessarily controversial to this board, and certainly the Planning and Zoning Commission supported removing that language from the land use code.
But the way the ordinance is written, they're tied together.
The way the ordinance is written is tied together. So,
And why is that?
That's the question.
well,
I was
as I mentioned last time, typically, and perhaps this was an oversight on my part, but oftentimes when land use code text amendments come to the BOCC and go through the Planning and Zoning Commission, they do deal with separate sections of the land use code. I will say that perhaps through oversight, I did not anticipate that there would be a need to potentially bifurcate these two actions. And that is essentially what the Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that this board do with this ordinance. The Planning and Zoning Commission, based on the structure of the ordinance, including both of these provisions, as I said, did not recommend adopting the ordinance in its current form. They voted 3-2 against that. They were in favor of this board moving ahead with an ordinance removing the road vacation statute from the land use code and bifurcating the issue of the GMQS exemption from that ordinance. Now, go ahead.
I just wanted, if I think you described it really well. I just wanted to say that I would use that terminology to make a motion to do that and just put it on the table right now. But do we have a public hearing that has to open first?
But I also am wondering, can we do that
Well,
now,
that
or do
was
we
where
have
I
to
was
bring it
go-
back?
That was where I was going to go with this next. It is a public hearing, so we should do that at some point. To bifurcate these two ordinances the way that they were drafted, I believe that if we are going to amend the ordinance to only address the road vacation and remove that from the land use code, we would need to hold another hearing on that
That's what I
again.
thought.
So today would be to approve the ordinance as amended on second reading and then set another hearing on it for final adoption at a future date.
I'd like to
So-
recommend that we go through, you present both to us, we see what happens, and then if we have to bifurcate it after, if we are bifurcated, then we'll do that. then.
Sure. And I just wanted to give you that possible roadmap forward, and that was certainly the Planning and Zoning Commission's preference for this. So
that we split them.
That you split them up. The second part of this land use code text this land use code text amendment, the ordinance, the second part of the ordinance removes the 500-acre large lot GMQS exemption from the Pickens County Land Use Code. As I said, that was more controversial last night. It was a larger point of discussion at this board during the May 10th first reading. And I know on May 10th, this board was very interested in hearing the Planning and Zoning Commission's perspective on that. And I communicated to them that, and they had a lot of stuff that they wanted me to relay to this board. And I've got a number of notes on that, so I'm gonna just pull those up real quick. Let me grab my. All right, so I think the largest concern, and it was a concern that Commissioner Curry articulated last time, largely had to do with unintended consequences. The Planning and Zoning Commission agreed that the 500-acre GMQS exemption could likely work better. And they wanted to see things like larger commitments towards conservation in the provisions. And they certainly wanted to see better siting requirements within the 500-acre lots that were created.
So they had the same concerns that we
We had a lot of the same concerns. Let's see. Commissioner Woodruff, in particular, wanted me to express that he didn't believe that, well, his experience with some of the applications that they've reviewed lately is that based on comments from organizations like Open Space and Trails and AVLT, he felt that it was better to have development applications result in conservation easements as opposed to what he described as kind of empty commitments to maintain places in open space that weren't backed by conservation easements. So whether that, he even thought that it wasn't sufficient to have something like a development covenant or something like that that ran to the benefit of the BOCC, because he is worried about future boards modifying those in connection with a new land use application. I think there is a general sentiment, even to the folks that were not in favor of eliminating the 500-acre GMQS exemption from the land use code, that it would be better to preserve the larger portion of the lot that was not devoted to development in conservation easements as opposed to through something like a development covenant or just restrictions in the approval granting the GMQS exemption. Another comment that was shared by the majority of that board was that they would like to see the applications no longer, to utilize the GMQS exemption, no longer be an administrative review. They would have liked it to go through either a combination of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the BOCC, or just to the BOCC as some kind of a special review or special review type of application. They thought it was a little too lenient to come into the community development director, although we all agreed that Suzanne can be pretty harsh at times, but she, they wanted to, strict. They wanted to see those applications to utilize this GMQS exemption come to this board instead of doing an admin review. They're very clear that it was not a criticism of Suzanne's ability to interpret the code or anything like that. They just thought that it was best to have a discretionary approval from this board as opposed to just kind of an approval by right from the administrative department. Commissioner Krabacher, sorry, Planning and Zoning Commissioner Krabacher expressed almost exactly the sentiment that Commissioner Curry, or the concern that Commissioner Curry expressed, which is if you remove this from the code, perhaps it'll push somebody into utilizing 35-acre subdivision exemption for development. So he expressed that concern. Let me just make sure I'm getting all of these because I told him I would make sure I got them all. Oh, there was a discussion about whether site plan and activity envelope was necessary to utilize this GMQS exemption. We ultimately landed on the conclusion that it was not, so that you could, so as it's currently drafted, you could utilize this GMQS exemption and establish the right to develop large lots up to the maximum size in the zone district without going through activity envelope and site plan. So there's a lot of concern about that, and that kind of blends in or bleeds into the siting criteria discussion that was had as well. The Planning and Zoning Commission was certainly not in favor of having infrastructure development extend deep into some of these large lots. They understood the county, or at least my concern, that if you have lax siting requirements, you may end up constructing miles of road to serve just one single family residence that's not anywhere located near an existing county road and existing infrastructure. So they definitely shared that concern. Ultimately, they were recommending, as I said before, that the BOCC bifurcate these two land use code text amendments, set up a mechanism to approve the road vacation, removing the road vacation provisions from the land use code. And they characterized it as tabling the discussion on the GMQS exemption. What I think they really wanted was kind of the opposite of what this board expressed last time. This board said, hey, why don't we remove this from the land use code, fix the perceived problems, and bring it back as quickly as possible. What the P&Z thought was, hey, why don't we leave this in the code? Rye, you fix these problems and bring it back, and then we'll do an amendment to the existing provision instead of removing it altogether. And both approaches are valid. So,
Question? Yes. Which one is the most expedient? So we get it off your plate and theirs and ours.
Well, I think that it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Removing it from the code right now takes it off the table if somebody were to want to submit an application utilizing this provision sooner rather than later. The Planning and Zoning Commission perceived that as a relatively low risk that somebody might do that, given the need to go out and obtain a survey and things like that. And this is kind of where the discussion about whether activity and site plan was necessary. But they perceived somebody coming in with an application to utilize this procedure as a relatively low risk. And I think they thought that having it in the code now would at least allow somebody to utilize it. And that would be potentially the worst case scenario, is they utilize it as it is now. And in the meantime, give staff, they wanted community development and the attorney's office to look at some of the more intricate aspects of siting and making sure that the conservation commitments do last in perpetuity. So they were in favor of maintaining it in the code and bringing back the changes as quickly as possible. They also were interested in participating with this board on June 6th, as with the Community Growth Advisory Board, to kind of hear what their recommendations were before implementing changes to the large lot GMQS exemption. So that was another desire that they expressed for waiting for a little while.
How quickly is possible?
I can bring another ordinance back to you, before, realistically, probably before, get it done by the end of July, probably, depending on how much conversation the Planning and Zoning Commission wants to have. I mean, if it's something like, hey, go out and amend this provision so that it requires a conservation easement to be put in place when it's utilized, and the review comes to the BOCC instead of the administrative department, those are just simple changes to the text in the code that I can do really quickly. If it's a more intricate discussion about siting requirements, even siting requirements aren't that hard. If you were to say something like the single family residence shall not be located more than a mile from an existing county road, that's a siting requirement. That's pretty easy to implement. That's just an example because I haven't thought about what the implications of that could be. But that's pretty easy too. If it's something like, hey, we want to integrate this into the larger community growth advisory thing, I don't know how long that's going to take. So there's ways to make this better in the short term, for sure.
Okay. Patty?
So if we direct you to make changes to the 500 acre, I don't have a problem with the road thing. Would it then have to go back to P and Z and then come back? So that's why it couldn't happen on the 14th of June or the 28th of June. That's why we'd be kicking it into July.
Yeah,
More than
essentially, I think the best thing to do would be to just abandon that portion of the ordinance and start the text amendment process over for the GMQS exemption. It's still gonna take 2 readings to get it done, no matter what. Unless you approve the ordinance in the form it is today, it's still gonna take an additional 2 public meetings to get it done and a trip to the P and Z.
So could we today say we're gonna pass the road ordinance issue and we're gonna remove the 500 acre and ask that it be brought back? We could do that today and then start fresh.
Yes.
Okay,
But
thank
I
you.
think if you're amending the current ordinance to remove the GMQS exemption, today would then be approving the amended ordinance on second reading and setting it for final adoption at another meeting related
So we-
solely to the road.
Which we could
easement
do on the
vacation.
14th of June.
Sure. The GMQS portion of it would simply be eliminated, and the way I would take that is to just start over with that process after you have an opportunity to hear the community growth advisory recommendations. P and Z is there on June 6th. Come back to Planning and Zoning Commission after working with staff to address some of these immediate concerns, and then bringing it back to this board to, for lack of a better term, make the 500 acre GMQS exemption better.
And so we could keep that ball rolling.
I'd certainly keep that ball rolling.
Thanks. Kelly?
I was wondering on this, how the exemption works exactly. If there was a 500 acre parcel in rural and remote, would someone be able to obtain all the provisions under the exemption, including the 15,000 square foot house, or does the underlying zone district?
I don't think people in the
Still
audience
control.
can hear you at all. You're talking really quietly.
Sorry. Let me rephrase, because I see some, or restate. If someone had a 500 acre parcel in rural and remote and wanted to take advantage of this exemption, would the criteria of the exemption automatically apply, or would the underlying zoning be most restrictive?
So the most restrictive zoning generally would apply, and I'm pulling up the land use code language as it reads today.
So for example, it's specific to house size. If it was in rural remote, you can't build 15,000 or 87 or 57. You can build 1,000.
You can
So
build
that
1,000.
would be what you would be, I would think,
That's
be
my
restricted to.
understanding.
The way the land use code reads
Pattern.
right now is it says that one single family dwelling unit up to 15,000 square feet of floor area shall be exempt from GMQS on any parcel of 500 acres or more. Then there's a parenthetical, except where codified caucus floor area limitations exist, they shall apply. Now, that's a little ambiguous, but the way I read that is that's where a caucus area has implemented a recommendation through their master plan, and then that master plan recommendation has been implemented through a zoning action of the Board of County Commissioners to overlay that caucus area with the floor area limitation.
How many caucus plans, master plans have we done that with?
I knew you were going to ask that. So,
Two I know of.
so the Maroon Creek Caucus is the most recent one that did a
Prime Pan.
zoning overlay of their caucus area. They implemented a master plan amendment, and then they brought in conjunction with staff, brought a zoning action to this board to overlay the Maroon Creek Caucus area with a 5750. The Frying Pan area has a zoning overlay limiting floor area. I said it was 8250 last night, and then somebody corrected me and said it was 5750, so I'm not sure on that one.
That's what I remember.
I thought it was 4.
It's 40, the total square footage including outbuildings, I think is 5750.
Yeah,
The residence is four
something.
something.
That may
That's
be
right.
that may be the
That's what we
distinction.
did with Stan.
And then, as you'll recall, well, maybe this board's not aware of that. Oh, you are. We talked about it last time. The Planning and Zoning Commission adopted a master plan for the Snow Cap Caucus area planning area that recommends a 5750 zoning overlay for that portion of the county.
But we haven't done
That has not been implemented through a zoning action yet. But that master plan recommendation has been made to date. So,
Thank you.
But Woody Creek Caucus and the East of Aspen Caucus, who cover kind of the biggest rural and remote areas, have not adopted that overlay.
Or Crystal River.
Or Crystal.
Or
Right, but, yeah.
They don't have any.
Castle Creek.
Castle Creek has not
Just thinking
adopted a
about rural
zoning
and remote.
overlay yet, nor has Upper Snowcap, I believe. Or Upper Snowmass. Upper Snowmass is what they
Snowmass
call
Creek.
themselves.
Okay. So does that ambiguity, I don't know, suggest that the exemption would prevail over rural and remote zoning?
I think I would read it to say that the more restrictive standard in the code should be, or the code should be read to implement the most restrictive standard. In fact, the Land Use Code, Chapter 1, says just that.
Okay.
So, I mean, I suppose if I were going to clean up this language, I'd probably explicitly reference zoning, but I believe the table in Chapter 6 also has like a asterisk that explains this as well. But, so anyway, that answers that question.
Steve?
So listening to these different sides of the issue, I would favor respecting Kelly's vote from last time and the P&Z vote from last night, and just passing the road vacation thing today, which I think we could just amend the ordinance to eliminate all the parts about the, what would be a major change of the wording, but it actually I think would be quite simple to just leave in the road vacation parts and pass that today. Leave the 500-acre exemption in place and just have you and staff work on it as quickly as possible, and by the time it comes forward, we will have heard the growth committee recommendations and been started discussing them, although I think we could probably do this separate from doing any action on their recommendations.
All those things you said are correct.
With all respect, I don't agree. I am concerned that we would give a GMQS exemption for 500 acres that then somebody could do something terrible to and not protect. So I feel like if we took it from the land use code in the short term, we would keep that from happening and hope that nobody came in with a subdivision plan of 35 acres in the meantime. And, you know, ask you to light a fire as fast as you possibly could so that we could bring the exemption back with the proper restrictions on it. That's my feeling right now. Yeah.
I think I agree with Francie. I also think that while you've articulated that it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, the impression I get is it puts a large burden on you to move very quickly, perhaps even more quickly with more work, if we don't do the recommendation as Francie's outlined, which was the original recommendation. I think we could move quicker and get it done faster if we just stick to that plan. And we've heard you say how quickly you will be addressing this. So I'm more comfortable with that. It gives me a certain a sense of surety that I don't have in the other circumstance. So that's where I am.
Well, I'm in the swing seat over here.
Yes, you are.
And I would like to hear public comment before I render my decision.
Well, that's a good idea.
I have just one more thing before you open public comment, if that's all right. We did hear some public comment last night. And to one member of the public made a comment that they were concerned that this action was being brought specifically in regard to Snowmass Falls and the county's involvement in Snowmass Falls. And I mentioned at the time, and I'll mention now, that that was not my intent in bringing this land use code text amendment. So there is certainly a recognition that there are very few properties that this GMQS exemption is applicable to in Pickens County, and there is a discussion about that. And but the BOCC may hear that now. But
Okay. Well, let's open the public hearing. Is there
And Ryan,
anybody in
just
the
to
public?
clarify, are there more than one property in Pitkin County that is over 500 acres?
yes,
in
we
size?
actually had a discussion about that last night. I believe that there are at least 4 that we identified. Property commonly known as Snowmass Falls, the monastery property, Mandalay Ranch on Elk Creek Road is over 500 acres. And then the portion of Anschutz Holding, and we were a little unclear about this last night, some of the Crystal River Ranch property on the very southwestern portion of Pickens County. The conglomerate of that acreage is more than 500 acres.
But isn't most of it in Garfield?
A lot of it is, and some of it is in Pickens as well.
So there are others that have conservation easements on them that are more than 500.
Thank you, Steve. And that was,
Which,
I'm sorry, that was not clear about that. And
yeah,
I had to
there's
make myself
Capitol
clear
Creek
about
and
that last night.
Harvey's and
Of course, your
McBride's and-
family's old place that has a conservation easement, and some of the various other ranches that we've conserved
McBride's,
have more than 500 acres on them. The Harvey family's ranch,
McBride.
McBride, AVLT holds a conservation easement on that one. So there are other ranches that comprise more than 500 acres. The ones that have not either been developed or subject to conservation are the ones that I've outlined. I suppose there could be another one, but I don't think so.
And just to clarify one more issue, Rye is speaking about those that exist now. I think the board is generally familiar with the concept of merger and that properties can become larger in the future. So anything that this board would do would be prospective in nature as well, properties that could be amalgamated.
Correct.
Okay.
And that merger provision, and Laura makes a good point there. A property owner or property owners owning adjacent properties could effectuate a merger through simply filing a notice of merger in the Pickens County Clerk and Recorder's Office to do that.
And Wexner would be one of the ones that already has conservation on it.
I believe it's more that it's been fully developed, utilizing.
Oh, I see, okay. Okay, yeah, come on up. Let's have some public comment.
Okay,
Introduce yourself once again, please, for anybody online. Thank
Linda
you.
Wog. Please educate me. The last time I think I was here, I was told that you were going to eradicate the GMQS. And I don't know if that happened or not. Is that for small acreage, or did you not do that?
We have not done that.
You have not.
I don't think we've said we're going to eradicate it.
We are
Well-
waiting to hear from our community advisory committee that's been working on this for the last 6 months. And we'll be hearing from them on June 6th. And then the board will reconsider some issues, including
Right.
that probably.
I actually had heard that a lot of the board was interested in tabling that. I think it probably would be a good idea to do away with GMQS. That's my input.
Okay.
And it does
We
not go
appreciate that.
retroactive, though.
Right. No, got it.
Thank
got
you,
it.
Linda.
No, I understand.
Bill?
Bill Dinsmore, I'd like to further burden Ryan Neely with an opportunity for the Woody Creek Caucus to speak with you about zoning overlay for our caucus area. At your convenience, I'll come back.
Yeah, that'd be great. I've attended the Woody Creek Caucus meeting before, and
And survived it evidently, too.
I'd love to attend again. Thank you.
The seats are hot there.
Is that where they serve whiskey?
Should
You
be.
just absorbed, well, you may absorb it in your.
I go to their meetings anyway, though. Even when they weren't in my district, I'd go to the meetings. Are there any other people in the public who would like to comment on this? Is there anybody online? If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Oh, so nice, Rosa. I like that. I like your little messages. Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and hear from Patty.
Okay. I agree with the comments made by Planning and Zoning as far as bringing in conservation issues into this GMQS 500-acre exemption provision, citing criteria, that it should, review should not be done administratively, even though Suzanne does an awesomely strict job. Bring it back to the BOCC level. But for me, right now, we're trying to work closely with our Planning and Zoning Commission. We have a lot of issues coming before us, and in the years that I've been sitting on this board, I'm not sure how often or if we ever did not acknowledge the recommendations coming forward from Planning and Zoning. And I want to send a message to Planning and Zoning that we don't just appreciate, we listen to their recommendations to come for the board. At the same time, I say that I have Steve's concerns about, or Francie and Greg's concerns about what happens if we don't do this right now, and remove it from the code, who's going to run in. And I would like to send a message out there to the public who might be, looking in from the sidelines, wondering what we're going to do, to please be patient and think about what's in the best interest of our community. And I think the changes that we're looking at would still allow them to utilize their property, but in a manner that's respectful to not just their neighbors up there, but to the values that our community holds near and dear. So I will be leaning with Kelly and Steve in, let's remove this from this resolution and bring it forward again with the tweaks that we've asked for, and to do so in as expedient of a manner as we can, hopefully sometime in July, if that's as long as we need to wait.
The two possibilities that are out there to happen in the meantime are like being stuck between a rock and a hard place. We could either have an application come in for 35-acre subdivisions, or we could have an application come in using the 500-plus acre exemption. So,
35-acre can happen anyway, at any time. We have no control over that. So I would just like us to, I just don't want to tell Planning and Zoning, thank you very much, but we're not going to listen to you.
So to take action, we need to have a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to, and correct me, this is going to be a tricky one, to pass an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners removing the road and easement vacations from the County Code Title 8, Section 2-30-30H7. Moving that along to remove that section of the code. Now, do we need to bring it back on the 14th for second reading and bring it back for final approval on June the 14th?
So are you in fact then bifurcating this ordinance?
I'm not finished yet.
Okay.
And when we bring it back, to remove section 6-30-70 GMQS exemption for large lots, 500-plus acre parcels, bring that back under a new ordinance as soon as possible, hopefully no later than July, with the recommendations as provided to us by our Planning and Zoning Commission after a very thorough 2-hour discussion last evening at a special meeting.
I'll second.
And so that motion is okay?
Sounded pretty good. I know the intent of the action.
Am I good?
Yeah, I know the intent too. I'm just wondering about the wording.
So Patty was saying to bring it back.
Under a new ordinance, we have to bring.
No, to bring
We
the
have to-
road vacation part back is the way I heard you
Rye
say that.
advised us that we need to bring it back on June 14th for final reading.
Exactly.
Because we're changing it so much,
Yes.
the wording.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we're taking it out and bringing it back as a single.
And particularly the title that has been noticed would be significantly modified. I know you guys have sometimes moved forward items while removing particular sections, and that's what this feels like, but you're actually changing the title of the item as well. So it is significant enough.
Okay.
That, significant enough that?
That you need to do a whole show all over again.
In which case, we should not approve this ordinance at this time.
So I was going to restate Commissioner Clapper's motion, if that's okay.
Certainly.
My suggestion would be to make move to amend the existing ordinance to remove the provisions regarding the 500-acre GMQS exemption. Approve that amended ordinance today on second reading and set a third reading of the ordinance and can keep the public comment open for that third reading to June 14th, is what I would suggest.
So I will withdraw my first motion and modify it per the language just presented to us by the County Attorney Ryan Ely.
And
I will amend my second as well.
Okay.
I would
Thank
note you had your provision about me bringing it back as quickly as possible
Thank
as
you,
well,
sir.
and I didn't pick that up, sorry.
But I know where to find you.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, so those in favor of the motion to pass the vacated roads section and amend it so that we drop the one on GMQS exemption, please say aye.
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 Nay?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, it
3 to
passes
2.
3 to 2.
Passes.
I have
3-2.
a comment about, we had talked, or I had mentioned maybe including a thing in the land use code referring people about looking for a road vacation to Colorado state
Right.
statute. I notice on where on the page 348 of our packet where it's redlined road and easement vacation all struck out. Immediately above that, it has 6 eliminated by ordinance 028-2014. We could do the same thing, just leave the 7 road and easement vacations eliminated by ordinance so-and-so 2023, and then just say referred to Colorado revised statutes number, and that would be the way we could leave it in there if someone's looking for that.
You did say that last time, and I totally forgot about it, and I apologize for that. And I'll make sure it's in the amended ordinance for June 14th.
Okay.
So, again, sorry I missed that, but I will make sure that happens.
Okay, we're going to move on to land use public hearings. Thanks for all your time today, Ryan.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Laura, thanks for your help.
And the first one is going to be continued. It is a resolution granting approval for a subdivision exemption for a major plat amendment and lot line adjustment, GMQS exemption for BOCC approved lots, and replacement of structures and TDRs, and activity envelope, site plan review for 972 Willoughby Way LLC, WW Colorado Holdings LLC, and Aspen RM7 LLC.
We don't have
And
to
that,
do anything, right? It's already been continued, right? What do we have to do?
We have to continue.
Open the
You have to
public hearing.
continue
We
it.
do, okay, I thought it.
I'm gonna, Francie, you
made
can
it
go
was
ahead. I'm
past
just gonna
tense
step out
on
real
the-
quick.
Okay.
so what was all this that you were just saying, guys?
Oh, good.
It is a
You're good.
public hearing.
I'm good? Okay. All right. So is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on the continuation of this resolution? Anybody online, Rosa? I don't think so.
Paul's had lots of opportunity to comment. He's waiting for.
Did you want to comment on this, Marty?
Willoughby Way.
This is the Willoughby Way one, 18.
This is 19.
Okay. So I'm going to close the public hearing on that.
I'll make a motion to continue this item until July 26th, 2023.
I'll second.
All those in favor, please
Just
say aye.
discussion real quick.
Yeah, of
Sorry.
course.
For staff to know, I'm out on vacation and I'm not sure my itinerary, so I may join in by Zoom, but I may not. Heads up. The 26th of July.
And I will be as well.
Oh, you are going to be now?
30 chance. But I'll be away as well then.
Well, do you want to change the time or not?
You can do it without me.
I do not. You still
Okay.
have 3 members, presumably a
okay,
quorum.
great.
I can certainly let the applicant know if they would like to push it to a different date.
Okay.
And I'll
If we
stay
do
in
that,
touch
we'll
as
push
I
it.
know more. I just
Right.
don't
I
have
will
enough
too.
details on my itinerary.
It's
Just
possible we can be
Thank you.
online.
Got it.
Okay, so I think we have a motion and we have a second. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and that takes us to
Rita.
19, which is, I think, why the room is partially full. And that is the Oxenberg
Maybe
subdivision
afraid I'll
final
fall
plat
asleep,
review, and Leslie will be presenting us that. This is a first reading.
Okay, I want to.
And also, Leslie, you weren't here when we decided to move 2, 3, and 4 to this part of the day.
There we go.
I let her know.
Yeah, you let me know.
Good.
Thank you. Share screen. There we go. That one. Share.
I knew I'd beat technology. Happens every time.
Yeah. Am I allowed?
So my sister just sent me a picture.
Should be on mute, right?
She's in Italy. And
God,
they
I'm
were,
excused to eat hot
they
dogs
were
inside the batch.
sitting, she and her 2 friends she's traveling with, I don't know where the picture is, were sitting on a bench with
I'm
these
ready.
very looks on their face.
Go ahead, Leslie.
Thank heavens for IT. I appreciate them every day. I just want to tell you that I did receive the affidavit of public notice, and it does meet the criteria of our public noticing standards of the code. Today, you are being asked to review the final plat at first reading and of the resolution, and then set for second reading for June 14th, 2023. So here is, I'm sharing my screen with you, just kind of an overview of the property, which is in red, Robert Oxenberg and Maureen McCluskey's property. And as I noted in my memo to you, in February of 2020, the P&Z recommended to the BOCC approval of the 2018 Rural Area Residential GMQS. The BOCC awarded the GMQS allotment of 15,250 square feet in March of 2020. The applicant proposes to use those allotments to develop 2 free market units and 1 caretaker dwelling unit on 2 new properties created through subdivision. The GMQS covenant was recorded in November of 2020. Conceptual subdivision, PUD rezoning, activity envelope, and special review for a CDU were approved by the BOCC in May of 2020, which created 2 free market properties. Subdivision detailed submission was approved in May of 2022. Today, this is final plat. This is the last piece required to implement this development proposal. The final plat application was submitted and found complete within 1 year of subdivision detailed approval, as required by the code. So here is the final plat. The only difference in this final plat from what you saw when you approved detailed subdivision is the we asked that the 100-foot setback from the Roaring Fork be platted for Lot 1. And if you recall, because the existing residence is not 100 feet from the high water of the Roaring Fork, we have a condition of approval in there that if the property is demolished and reconstructed, it would be set back 50 feet from, because they're constrained by the Rio Grande right-of-way and the 100-foot. We also asked that Lot 3 be expanded to at least more than an acre to support any development on Lot 3. And they have expanded the size of Lot 3 to 2.125 acres. So as part of final plat review, not only will this final plat
be recorded, but the subdivision PUD agreement will be recorded. And then there are 3 easements that were part of the GMQS review and approval that will also be recorded. And Paul will review those with you when I'm done. So as I said, the GMQS covenant has already been recorded, and it outlines when the commitments related to the growth management allotment are required to be implemented. Some are related to prior to the first building permit, and some are also related to concurrent with recordation of the final plat. Staff recommended some minor amendments to the draft subdivision PUD agreement. I outlined those for you in my memo, and that's also reflected in the resolution. And staff also recommends that vested rights for this proposal be extended for 3 years at the date of final approval. So if final approval happens June 14th, then that starts the 3-year vesting period. Obviously, a plat, vested rights do not extinguish after 3 years with a plat, but we're talking activity envelope and maybe some conditions of approval. Finally, I just want to note that after your packet was finalized, we received 2 more letters from adjacent neighbors. And I think you got those letters, and those have been added to the public record. One was from a neighbor, Paul Theophanis, and another letter was from Marty Schlumberger. Questions? If not, we can turn over to Paul, who can talk about the easements.
How about just a procedural? This, though, for the plat, not for the easement, is a 1 read. So the final will be with the 2 reads we need for the easements, which will happen on the 14th if we move this forward, correct?
What?
I'm not sure.
This is both actions require 2 readings.
Okay, that's what I wanted to say, because it said, there was something in here that said 1 step.
Yeah, there was something that said.
And is it 1 step that's a 2-step?
And under the land use code, 1 step means it only goes to the BOCC, not the P&Z and the
Okay.
BOCC. It doesn't reference the home rule charter provisions that talk about 1 and 2 readings.
Wanted to
Thank you
clarify
for that.
I was 2-stepping and
There's
you were
so many
1-stepping.
layers.
Then there was that weird thing reading through the packet about Redstone Boulevard. I was like, what? That was just general land use code language, I think. like, what are we talking about? Anyway, okay. Hit it.
All right. Thank you, Leslie. And I'm going to try and take over the share screen.
Okay, let me stop share.
Yeah, let me do that.
Of course.
I just, I want some clarity related to the public comments that we have received as part of the record and the commercial activity that it's referring to. I don't recall that in this approval, and I'm not sure if we should interpret those references to commercial activity as being related to the agricultural activity that we have approved in the past.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. And I didn't have my mic on anyway. So there was, the public comment that we've received on the record referred to opposition to commercial activity happening on these properties. And I'm unclear as to what specific commercial activity that is referencing. And so I just want to get some clarity around that, if that's related to like short-term rental interests, or we had indicated interest in our ag lease program potentially being able to work with the owner on this property. So that's a little bit where I'm just confused as to what that public comment is referencing. And if I'm just forgetting that we did approve some commercial activity on this, then I want that clarity now, please.
No, I can go through the easements, and I think both of those folks who wrote those letters are here to clarify
Okay.
and comment. So
Okay.
I don't want to assume anything either.
But we didn't approve, nothing in the
No.
GMQS and the land use.
No, and I'll just say
approved.
that as part of the subdivision and the rezoning to PUD, you did not change the underlying zoning, which is AR10. And there are very few commercial uses allowed in the AR10. If there are any commercial uses allowed in the AR10, they are special review uses. There's, yeah, I mean, I can go through that zone district, but by creating a PUD and doing the subdivision, you did not change the uses that are allowed in the underlying zone district. But Paul could talk about any that related to agricultural with regard to the easement, the conservation easement.
Okay, thank you.
So, again, my name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager.
Can you use your mic on?
These mics don't do,
Yeah,
these mics only do grassroots. Everything else is just, have to speak it up.
Talk louder.
Turn it up.
All right. As Leslie said, according to the resolution passed May 8th, 2020, the board approved the land use approvals with the stipulations that conservation easement be granted, a access and recreation easement be granted, as well as a trail easement be granted as part of this approval. Staff has been working with the applicant to make that happen. And I have a map up showing what that property what that looks like in context with some other protected properties we have in the canyon there. We have conservation easement on this property, just downstream, as well as about a mile of fishing easements that this fishing or this recreation access easement will connect and extend even further. It'll finally connect these fishing easements. If I go to my next map, I'll show you
Getting quieter.
the trail easement is this part right here. So this is the Rio Grande Trail. It encroaches onto Bob and Maureen's property. So we worked with them to gain a trail easement to just keep that trail in place until a future time when it might get straightened out. But the cost of straightening this trail out was too much for our organization, and it was a big burden for the landowner as well. And as it is right now, it works well. So this is what the easements look like. The conservation easement is the yellow hash mark. The pink is the fishing easement. It's the center of the river, or this, I guess, eastern channel or western channel of the Roaring Fork. Then it goes to the center line, and it goes all the way to the right-of-way for the highway, so folks can access the river at any point.
You mean it's not just in the river, it's
It's
a
not
corridor?
just in the river, yeah.
What?
It's not just in the river.
Okay.
It's center line all the way to the 82 right-of-way.
Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Can I ask, do we know the mile marker on the highway, or roughly the mile location of the lot lines? And then the second one is, I'm sure you've checked in with RAFTA regarding the rail corridor, their easement and their right-of-way, that is.
Correct.
And that's where you were, okay. So
Yeah.
just want to make sure RAFTA is on board with.
RAFT is on board. They are aware of this encroachment, and we're in the process of renewing our 20-year trail easement with RAFTA to keep the trail in place. So it will have the same terms as that. I don't know the mile marker, but there is a well-used parking area right off of 82, right where my plus sign is. It's right at the interchange.
Got it.
Again, I don't know the mile
Vicinity of mile 29, right?
There you go.
Yeah, thank you.
We
As
also
you say
have
so.
access to the river through some negotiations with this property landowner. So now we'll have an access here and an access anywhere along the Oxenberg property.
Can you point out, sorry, just for, is it the Deer Creek is the county property with the house on it that we.
CPW.
Correct.
CPW living
Curtis
there.
Tesh, CPW officer.
Okay.
Lives right here. Couple of interesting things for the conservation easement. The applicant represented that they wanted to create some special wildlife areas to have additional restrictions, so to protect wildlife, and that really comes with some restrictions on fencing and any activity in those areas, and those areas are this area up here against the BLM, as well as this gulch, and down here along, I think it's represented on that plat as well. Right. But this area down below is also a special wildlife area.
Is that because is there a tunnel like under there? Is that a crossing area?
There is a tunnel. There's a tunnel here. There's also a passage over here as well.
Got it, okay. So there's a tunnel on that. Okay, I wasn't sure.
The other piece that's worth mentioning is, this area right here is going to be designated as a agricultural area, and this is where that continuing agricultural language that the Open Space and Trails Department has been including in our conservation easements is going to be in effect. And all that language does is say that if a landowner in the future does not or cannot continue to irrigate or performing the agricultural activities, we can come through and use our system to try and find them a lessee and manage that for them.
It's currently pasture.
Currently pasture.
Are there animals on it?
No.
Pasture for what?
It might be a question for Bob. I believe maybe has horses. There are elk on that pasture sometimes.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah. I don't have anything else to say, but I'll answer any questions about any of the 3 easements that the county is being granted.
If I could.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Just following up, I was trying to determine the locations which the CPW has identified as a high traffic casualty area for wildlife. And the crossing, which I think you identified, is on the property, right? At some point in the future, I can imagine trying to enhance that crossing to make it more possible for elk or deer or any animal to get across the highway and to the other side to the road and the river. Does our conservation easement on this allow that sort of activity? Say, I don't know if it would require fencing that would help direct animals in that direction, or if they're already doing it, great, but it might be a way to modify or enhance that in such a way, and would that still be something that would be allowable in our conservation easement?
Yeah, I guess the way I would describe it is the conservation easement doesn't restrict that. Okay. Wildlife enhancements, that kind of thing, are all further the conservation value of wildlife for the property. So it doesn't specifically address that, but it doesn't restrict what you're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. So the word agricultural has come up quite a bit. So is this agricultural section hayed, or is it just irrigated?
I don't know.
Okay.
You could.
Yeah, you'll have your chance. Yeah, so I just, want to, we've done this before where we say something's agricultural, but there is no product that isn't really agricultural. So I want to be clear that agricultural means there is a product that has to do with food. So
is that an accurate description?
It's irrigated and it's arable, and it could have hay or grain or vegetable production.
Could have.
Maybe
yeah.
doesn't right now,
Okay.
but
And you'd have to have that for a property tax to be deemed agricultural property tax.
So do we have a presenter from presentation from the owner, or? applicant?
They had not prepared a formal presentation to you, but are here to answer any questions.
Okay. Well, let's have them answer some questions.
You want to come up, you guys? And
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Robert Oxenberg. My wife and I are the applicants. And I don't have a lot to say because I usually say a lot, but in answer to your question, out of the 3 out of the last 6 years we've hayed, the plan is to have a 4,000. Part of our plan that hasn't been mentioned is that on that common spot on the map that we're going to have a barn, 12 stalls. It's going to be a horse. So we're going to do more hay to feed. And our plan is also to do some ag things. I like sunflowers and but anyway, for sure, it's going to be, the barn's there, the stalls are there, aren't there, but they will be there. And as I said, we have hayed 3 out of the last 6 years. I haven't a couple of times, and now we're changing our irrigation system from gravity to a real irrigation system, so we can actually do it better.
You mean like sprinkler?
Yes, sprinklers. And the pond, and that's all part of the plan. And we can answer any other questions that you have.
So if it's my understanding that in Picken County, land is not agricultural if it's for horses.
Right.
But if you're raising the hay for the horses, is that agricultural?
I believe so.
Agricultural under the land use code or agricultural for purposes of assessment? We
don't know.
differentiate. Under the land use code, horses meet requirements for exemptions for agricultural buildings. For a horse barn, those kinds of things would fit our requirements to get floor area exemptions.
Okay.
If that answers your question.
Well, I've heard I've heard it go back and forth that horses are not considered.
Well, for
Under the land use code, they
Under the
are.
state code, they're not, but under the.
And for assessment purposes.
Okay, so does anybody else have questions for Mr. Oxenberg?
Laura was
Did you
gonna-
want to comment?
Just for assessment purposes might be what you're thinking of. And if you were to hay and have horses, that wouldn't meet the standard. But if you were to hay and sell that hay, it would meet the standard. And that sounds like what you're referring to.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Did you
Thank
say would or would not?
Would, if you sell the hay for assessment purposes, not
Grow
for
the hay
land
and
use.
keep it,
Yeah.
it's not.
Or you.
For
May I-
horses.
may I
If you
take
keep
a-
it for other animals, it is.
You can't grow your own hay and feed it to your
you can
horses
buy other
and have
people's hay.
your property considered agricultural for assessment purposes.
Thank you.
Can I expand on
that,
that?
Bobby.
But if you grew sunflowers and sold the seed, that would be deemed agricultural.
To your own squirrels.
If they could afford it, yes.
I've got a great crop of those. Do we have other questions for Mr. Oxenberg?
I was gonna expand on that, but I won't.
I have a couple more questions for you then, if nobody else has any. So has this property previously been used as a short-term rental?
Short term no. I mean, we had a, what do you call it?
Caretaker dwelling.
We had a caretaker dwelling,
Yeah,
which
well,
we haven't used in 6 years because my family lives there.
Uh-huh, okay, thank you.
But other than that, no.
I'm just trying to figure out what the commercial
Yeah.
comments
Well,
are
I
about.
think the problem is that we wanted to be able to have, if we had people out there, if we have the llamas and other things, we're going to have other animals out there, but I don't know what they're going to be because it's not going to happen for a couple of years. But
Well, we like to look forward a
no,
couple
no,
of years.
I'm sure. I mean, I have chickens. I already have turkeys. But anyway, I'm sorry. Just to kind of come back to answer your question, which was what?
Well, I was just
sorry.
wondering about the references to commercial use.
Oh, we just wanted to be able to have a tractor and be able to have it in the barn. Whatever else it is, if I'm not doing the haying, and if we work with open space and they have a person in there to grow food, I like the idea of planting things. I'm not going to stick in a lot of money doing the irrigation system for no reason at all, the whole idea, but let Grafton answer.
Yeah, Grafton Smith.
What's your name again?
Grafton Smith.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, actually, some of this actually is a response to commissioner input was the commercial, in that who knows down the road whether or not we're going to need to. We want to maintain the option of, say someone wants to do a truck farm of some sort, down the road, someone's going to need to grow potatoes, and they wanted to come on the property, and we could, give them the opportunity to grow food on the property. Does that make that, you're trying to preserve that commercial use, and also if you have a horse barn that has ag, and that person needs, say, a corner of the barn to keep their potato seed in that creates a commercial use, and we wanted to preserve that option.
I see.
And so our intent right now is, is this going to, no, but we want to preserve that option down the road if for some reason, that becomes desirable in the overall scheme of things in the valley.
Great, thank you, Leslie.
I just want to reiterate the subdivision PUD agreement, because this, the barn is a common barn for the residents of the PUD. And language in the subdivision PUD agreement, we require a covenant that specifies the barn on the common parcel may only be used in association with the raising, producing, or keeping of plants or livestock, or cultivation and management of other crops or farm products, and that any area not consistent with those uses would count as floor area and limits agricultural buildings on individual parcels in the PUD. We also added prohibits any type of cultivation of any species of plant of the cannabis genus. We're adding restricts the use of the common barn and parcel for use by the residents of the PUD only, and prohibits specific commercial uses, including but not limited to special events. So that was part of conceptual subdivision that we all talked about, and has been conditions of approval that are tracking through and are going to be part of this subdivision PUD agreement.
Thank you, Leslie.
Could I ask about that? So does that, if only residents can use the barn, does that mean a licensee of Bobby's, say, a young farmer couldn't use the barn? Is that what, I'm trying to understand what you just said there. I may have misinterpreted that. That it's for the use of the residents only, or the members of the PUD only?
Right. So if someone is a resident of the PUD and they are working with someone who's helping them, supporting them, and working their land,
Then they can use it, of course.
then they
Okay.
can use it. But somebody else can't rent the barn for their wedding.
Right.
But if a resident wants to have their daughter married in the barn, they could do that. And then if residents of the PUD, this small HOA, want to do more with the barn than is intended, then we have this whole section in our code about special events and things like that.
Got it, okay. I think I
I
understand.
mean,
that.
we're trying to,
Right.
within the code, within the ability of the code.
Can I answer and just a quick one, when it comes to Highway 82 and your concern about the elk are on the other side going into the BLM, and they just stand upper field, which we're going to keep, what do you call it? What's the upper field called?
Oh, the
Wild.
Hillside Wildlife.
It's a wildlife conservation area. This is,
Yeah.
but on the other side where Highway 82 is, there's like I'm going to say off the top of my head, 60 or 70 foot off of the up valley side cliff that nobody's going to jump over. I mean, one mountain lion did, but and then the lower roads at the right level, but the elk can't really, and they're not on that side most of the time anyway.
Okay,
They're
so
over
there's
there.
no underpass right in there?
Not that I know of. I mean, there really
okay.
isn't.
So there's something in there somewhere. I
Yeah.
just had to, I'm not sure where.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Greg, the road's elevated there, but like I said, it's backed by a cliff, and so It's
Got
not a normal corridor.
All right, thank you.
Can I add? Greg, there is a section there that looks like an underpass. It's just a culvert that's open. It doesn't have a culvert, like metal structure. And you'll see a car parked there. There's a little parking area. That's accessed by fly fishermen.
Got it.
They go under the road there.
Oh, really?
To access.
Well, if they can
Oh,
go
I
under the
should-
road, why can't elk?
Because elk don't like, they like to go over the road.
Some of them go under, but anyway,
But
okay.
I'm sure they probably are, but most of the use there is
I
by
see.
human.
That's the intention of it?
The intention was for it to be drainage.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that the discussion I heard was that when the highway was designed, Ralph Trapani made an attempt to put some sort of wildlife crossing through there because they identified that as a crossing area. Whether or not that was successful, I don't know.
Yeah, I've never seen them there. I see them all the other time on the other side.
Got it, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Oxenberg? Okay, thank you so much.
Yes,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Any other questions for Leslie or Paul? All right, let's open up the public hearing.
Can I clarify, this is a public hearing on the easements and on on all of it?
Well.
Oh, no, it's first reading
Well,
on the
let's
easement.
talk about that for a second. So, thank you for bringing that up. So we have the three other items, which are the
2, 3, and
the
4.
conservation easement items. So
And that's a
do you
first
want
reading.
to tell us about them quickly, Paul, before we go into public comment, and then have everybody comment on everything? Is it okay with you guys if you wait just a little bit longer?
Do you want me to stop sharing and you put them up?
No, I've already gone over all 3 of those easements. And this is the first reading. I have second reading set for June 14th for public hearing.
We'll
But
just combine them.
Here I am.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so we'll just combine the conservation easement items, which were 2, 3, and 4, with item number 19, which is the final plat review. And so your comments can address any of those. So, all right.
Yes, and the board is only required to take comments on item 19, but certainly the board could consider comments as you allow and so desire.
Great, thank you. So Linda, would you like to come up and comment?
Bill can go first.
There was someone online too.
Okay, we'll get to them next. Thank you, Rosa.
Bill Dinsmore, I'm here representing the Woody Creek Caucus. As you, I'm sure, are aware, the Woody Creek, the BOCC has directed various parts of the county to have caucuses, and we have the oldest one, and also to develop master plans, which we've done starting in the 90s and updated several times since then. You're also directed by your code, your charter, to use the Woody Creek, use the caucus master plans as a primary advisory document in making, for the P&Z and for you all to make decisions. That being said, the Woody Creek master plan, from its very beginning, from the first iteration and all through the latest update, which we did during COVID for a year and a half, articulates that we are opposed to any unnecessarily large development, and also development that has density that appears to be inappropriate for that area. There's certainly areas in Woody Creek where density is appropriate, trailer parks and other areas, but there are other areas in Woody Creek we would like to minimize the density. This particular application falls short on both of those fronts, that it's a very significant growth in Woody Creek, and it also has some very significant density, which we oppose. Now, I know that there's a feeling that Woody Creek hates everything, they oppose everything. Well, that's not true, but we've been consistent since the 90s about being very concerned about development and density and those sort of issues in Woody Creek. And one of the reasons is because we're one of the last, our proximity to Aspen, we're one of the last areas in the county that, as you've seen, because you see all the applications, that we are visited upon by lots and lots of people who want to do as much as they possibly can with the property that they've purchased. Now, that's their right, and our right is to our remit is to articulate as best we can that we want to see minimal growth and minimal density to preserve the rural character of Woody Creek, which we've come to love and appreciate and defend for all of these years. So that's where the Woody Creek Caucus is, and I share that once again. We've also articulated our concerns about this particular development a couple times by letter to the P&Z, and hopefully you all too, going back several years, because this application has been in the works for quite a long time. So we've had several communications with you all and the P&Z about our concerns about those two issues. So that's what I'm sharing with you again today.
Thank you, Bill.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Bill, can I ask you a question?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just wondering, because sometimes I look at our zoning maps and I just go, that doesn't seem to fit for me.
What doesn't fit?
Well, I'm just saying in general. Sometimes I'm like, God, should this be zoned differently over here or differently over here? And has Woody Creek proposed zoning changes that we've not, that the BOCC, whether it be a prior board or that haven't adopted?
I will be burdening Mr. Neely with a zoning overlay conversation in the very near future. No, we've not. You know, it's interesting. The process to propose zoning, the sophistication, understanding all of those rules and regulations in the language is, I must say, not something that I share. I'm not articulate about those issues. Most people who have property they want to develop, they hire professionals to articulate those concerns. If we had the finances to hire professionals to articulate those concerns to you all in P&Z, we would have done it years ago. We don't have that kind of money or expertise ourselves personally. So I wish we did, but maybe Rye can help me with whatever a zoning overlay means that would help with that issue.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Let's go online. And then to you, Linda.
Do you want to call him?
Paul, are you there?
Is he the one who submitted the letter?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Because I didn't know the timing. Obviously, I'm the owner of 2489 Lower River Road. Is it my turn to speak? Because forgive me, I'm not able to really visualize everything that's going on there. Or you had Linda or Marty or I don't know who else.
Bill Dinsmore has spoken, and it's your turn, and then we'll hear from Linda and Marty.
Okay, great, thank you. If I may, because I've traveled, let me just move to a quieter place. What's going on? So stand by one second.
Is that east? He's to the east.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I wish I could have been there, but I have that issue for a child. So, if I may, I think the proposal by Mr. Oxenberg and his spouse is completely out of line with what has been historically accepted by everyone that's lived in this area, and this is the area, and has been accepted by the commissioners for many decades prior to today's hearing. And I think that's been evident by the denials of granting of commercial marijuana grow operations, other owners of the property that attempted to do other types of expansion and development. And I find it honestly so out of line with what has been accepted in the past. And that's not just me talking, or or the Slumbergers, or the people that are immediately affected, and as evidenced by the comments just before I got on by the Woody Creek Caucus. It's also by some of you on the commission that sought to take the former Chuck property have it, go into the open space trails, which I think was great. And you come with those decisions, and now you're just gonna have to negate it by putting an effect.
We're losing them.
Paul, can you get closer to your speaker? We're losing you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank
I
you.
apologize.
Thank you.
And so I don't know if you heard the previous part, but if you take those decisions, such as the property, next to all of us, which was the Fulham Sheriff property, that's now open spaces and wildlife trails. And now you put this in there where you've kind of just contradicted yourselves. And I hope that that's not going to happen. That's why I'm online here today. But I'd like to think that contrast should make it clear that there's really no precedent for granting this, let alone understanding what the effect is going to be on the most directly impacted, including myself. And I get it. Most folks say, well, let's make these decisions for the greater good, but there's no greater good that's going to be granted here. If a handful of people get into some sort of condo type of housing here, I don't think that's not where this type of density is supposed to be springing up and developed. And I think just from wildlife, open spaces, you can say that they're going to cross, that you're going to make all these changes and egress and ability to transit the property because of this development, either across the road or not. It happens already. The highway obviously changed everything. But the way it is now is you put that in there now, that none of that migration, none of that herd, none of the wildlife, it'll all be gone. And if that's what you want, that fine, go right ahead. But
Paul, could you
all
finish
these things
up? You're just about out of time. Could you finish up your comments, please?
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
And what I'd like to say here is that this should not be granted. Mr. Oxenberg has not, there's no hay, there's no agricultural benefit here. There's never been any. So 3 out of 6 years, there's been none. I'm at the property all the time, more than anybody else. And I have to tell you, there's no agricultural activity going on there. The barn is going to be used for special events, just like other people in the area do also. It's going to end up getting commercialized. You don't know what goes on there because you're not there. And these short-term Airbnbs and these other groups that come in, the events go on. Forgive me, I disagree with Mr. Oxenberg respectfully.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Paul.
Bridget.
Okay. Linda.
I'm becoming a regular here today.
Thank you all. Do I have to identify myself again?
You do.
Linda Wog. All right. We live right next to the applicant. And Bill said a lot about what I was going to say, but I was there to write 2 of the master plans and the update. I helped write them. So I'm very aware of what they say. And what was just said by Grafton is totally in opposition of the master plan, totally. We don't allow any commercial businesses in the area, within our caucus area. And the other thing was that we don't approve of party barns at all. So this is totally against everything that we're trying to do. The other thing is, Mr. Oxenberg has never hayed his property, not once. We live there.
I have invoices. I'm sorry, she's absolutely.
We actually won't,
I'm
would
s-
rather you didn't exchange with each other, but I see you.
We live there all the time, and Marty has his roping arena right adjacent to that land, and he may mow it. I don't think he's mowed it. He's sprayed it, but I've never seen hay, never once. He might have mowed it. Anyway, no hay. And but the commercial use terrifies me. You know that I've been in front of you with the marijuana problem, and this is akin to that. Please, think about what you're doing. This is a 30-acre parcel that you want to put a barn and 2 houses on, and now they're saying it's going to be a party barn and possibly have animals, and they even talked about a slaughterhouse. Now, how can we do this? I mean, this is absurd. You can't do this to us or the neighborhood. Nobody in our neighborhood wants this, and you've got letters to prove it. I beg you not to approve this. There is no earthly reason that we should have this cluster in that little acreage. The area that he's talking about, the conservation, he mowed down illegally all the sagebrush that was already a haven for elk, and the elk still go there all the time. Once he puts up all this housing and the barn, it's going to be gone. They're not going to come back, and the elk aren't going to be able to come back through that area with all this activity. But it's 30 acres that he's putting all this stuff in. And how can he do a party barn? Come on, it's a neighborhood that's agricultural. We have nothing there right now but just open land. That's what we have, and nobody else has subdivided 3 times in that whole area, not one person. We've subdivided once. A lot of people have subdivided once or twice, but nobody subdivided 3 times. So
Thank you,
I
Linda.
beg
Thank you very much.
All right, I beg you to please reconsider. There are a lot of people that are going to suffer.
Marty?
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Alan Jones. I live on Lower River Road, and I've been participating in the caucus process for a few years now. I moved there 8 years ago and just love it. And my concern, I do not want to see this approved. And my concern, or my request, is that you reconsider the fact that it qualified through the GMQS system through a conservation easement on the 17 acres that are a hillside that are unbuildable anyway. So what's the purpose of the conservation easement? And my other concern is with all the language surrounding the common area barn, the potential for that to be leased to other operators that will do the slaughtering of the animals, or things beyond what it is currently, which is a field. I don't object to pastures for horses or cattle, but I really wouldn't want to see a hogsty there. I really wouldn't want to see, you know, a vegetable garden with viscose up on the hill. I think that would ruin the nature of the neighborhood, change all and alter the neighborhood from what it has traditionally been. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm Marty Schlumberger, an adjacent landowner, and I appreciate that my letter came late in your packets where I stated that my concerns, and just to summarize a little bit on that letter, the concern about the manner in which a GMQS points allotment were achieved. I think that is a major question that needs to be answered today. The proposed PUD development did not meet the minimum point threshold as it was first presented. It was a 10. Upon this discovery, the Open Space and Trails coached, consulted, guided the Oxenberg Group as how they could achieve additional points. And I think this is very important in this PUD application. If we go to Exhibit B, and I'm sure that Leslie can probably bring that up on the screen, that the points awarded the second time around, Exhibit B, totaled 17. They needed 23 or 22 to meet the minimum threshold. So, under the multiplier effect, and this is the mystery, how did they achieve 2, 4, 6 points under the multiplier effect? And I think that question needs to be answered tonight before we go any further with this application. Because on its own merit, it would never be approved. So I think this, the county commissioners need to delve in and find out how, under the effects on environment, under the water resources, they gain 2 multipliers. Under wildlife habitat protection, wildlife habitat protection, how did they receive 2 more? And under achievement community goals, open space and trails preservation, they received 2 more. In this entire application, the easements suggested on the pastures and wildlife areas to gain GMQS points, the developer in open space overstepped their authority and strayed far outside their mission program. And as you heard earlier today, the Tommy Moore property was a great benefit to open space and trails. So was their acquisition up Woody Creek at the Craig Ranch. On this acquisition, there is no benefit to the community. The fishing easement would be the only thing that might be a slight benefit. The trail's there, the trail could be fixed with dollars, which would be the correct way, which will probably end up being dollars, because RAFTA doesn't like this trade out easement situation. By this inference of open space and trail is a setting and conservation is being diminished and development protected and being enhanced. Without the proposed conservation easement, this project, in my opinion, does not qualify and does not meet the zoning requirements for the scoring. I respectfully hope you deny this project, and I hope for this evening we'll have an explanation on how they reached a multiplier. A multiplier, in my opinion, had to be above and beyond. And even by their own scoring, they only received 17 on the second round. I hope Leslie or somebody, Open Space and Trails, I think not reading the 3 conservation easement is also a mistake. That is going to change the nature of this community down there by allowing new zoning on this one piece of property. And to answer your question, Ms. Curry, commercial agricultural is very dangerous in a residential area, which we have. And what you go by commercial agriculture where is different than historic agricultural. And in the commercial means, if you take the Emma Schoolhouse, we all know the garden down at the Emma Schoolhouse. I give that young lady a lot of credit. Where does she make her money and how does it work? She charged $1,000 for 100 people to come pick zucchinis or radishes or whatever she grows down there. Very ingenious. That's the way to make money commercially. As far as a garden grows, does that make any money? Probably not. So there is the commercial aspect. Cozy Point, their garden stated in the newspaper that he needed to build a building to give lectures to make enough money to make that reasonably profitable. He couldn't make it off the garden alone. The man up on Basalt Mountain that's been there for 20 years, he's been in front of the commissioners in Garfield County for weeks trying to get a commercial campground up there so he could make that viable. Agricultural in this area, at this altitude, has to be in a historical way. Potatoes, oats, pasture. I know all about this piece of property because for years they gave it to me free to use it, and I did, and the effort wasn't worth it.
I'll have to ask you to finish up your comments, Marty.
Yeah, and granted, he did hay it, and the reason Linda didn't see how he hayed it, because it was so dry, they hayed it and baled it the same day. And as you know, that's not very productive. So to put 3 houses on the river, 3 residents, the one he lives in at the moment, the guest house that is rented out, and lot 3 would be developed, is way overdensed in that area on the river, which would eliminate all the wildlife, would eliminate all the activity down there of any animals passing through.
And
Up on the
so,
upper part.
in conclusion.
Pardon?
And so, in conclusion.
In conclusion, I would like the commission to explore how we got the 6 extra points on the multiplier. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marty. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, guys.
All right. It's your
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna go get some water. I'll do the same.
Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, May 24th. We are embroiled in a discussion of the Oxenberg subdivision final plat review, and I believe Patty has something to say.
I was just asked a procedural question. I've been asked by a member of the public why we weren't presented with the entire easement on all three easements, the entire document to review at today's hearing. Do we normally see the entire easement document at this point?
They should have been attached as
Yeah. And so they would have been attached to these.
to the ordinance.
2 through 4.
What?
What?
What'd you say, Laura?
Items 2 through 4 do have them as
Okay,
attached.
that's, yeah, I didn't
Correct.
print them all out because I go by this, because we have a second reading on this, where if any changes, then those documents will be attached, because we have a second reading.
Correct.
So we don't usually go through them all, other than if the board has questions related to the easements itself. But Paul, you started out this hearing by pulling up the easements and presenting a brief overview of all three easements to the board and to the public, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I just also respond to that? As Paul and I were talking about the agenda and the presentation, we thought it would be helpful if we combined everything so you guys saw the full picture.
Okay. So the information is on the website with the agendas, and it'll be, if there's questions or anything that the board may have had after reviewing it, that they would have come up today, or the public, and then those documents were made available. And so then if we have any issues that come up at second reading, because we'll have another reading public hearing. Today is not technically a public hearing, but we allowed public comment on the easements. The 14th will be a public hearing. And so any questions related to those easements can be brought up at that time.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question about all the discussion about commercial. When I read this, I don't see a whole lot of stuff about commercial and party barn and stuff. So could you talk about that a little bit, Leslie?
And throw in the condominium is, I heard that thrown in
Yeah, I
as
heard
well.
that word too, and I just don't know where that came from.
And a slaughterhouse.
Yeah. So anyway, if you could address that, that would be great.
Those are significant concerns.
No, I think they're good questions. I just think that, like I read you the language from conceptual subdivision approval, that language continues to track. That language will be in these subdivision PUD agreement. There's also going to be a covenant that will be recorded against the use of the barn. We specifically, wrote language in there that there's no cannabis use on the property, that the barn cannot be used for special events. The barn is available for use by the people who are part of this PUD.
So there's no party barn.
Can't be
I
rented
never
out.
use the term party barn.
Yeah.
And I never use the term condominiumization. And I appreciate the sensitivity that the Woody Creek neighbors have, because we get a lot of calls, and there's a lot of barns along Lower River Road that continue to have the owners having their own event in those barns, and that's something.
Not special events, but their own events? Is
Right,
that
and
what
that's
you're saying?
something that we get a lot of calls on, and we try and kind of track down, and we're trying to figure out how to, handle those. But that's why we're really trying to write language in here that says only the people who own this property can use this barn.
Can I add to that? Francie's concerns, the issues of slaughterhouse and pig farming and things that are offensive. I mean, you can't contain the odor of those operations, but any other use would have to come through. There are things that are allowed only by special review. Is that correct? It's not like once this goes through, you can use it for anything and everything.
So I'm going to tell you, in the AR10 zone district, what anybody whose property is zoned AR10 can do on their property. And then I want Paul to talk about the sentence in the conservation easement that we talked about. So unlisted agriculture use is allowed. Blacksmithing, industrial hemp cultivation, firewood splitting, horse boarding, kennel or vet, logging, mineral gravel extraction, those are all special review uses. Ranching, farming, agricultural building, and unlisted agricultural use are allowed uses. So again, this conservation easement and this subdivision and building a barn does not give them any more uses than what the underlying zone district allows, that anyone else with this same zone district can do on their property.
And in terms of Woody Creek Caucus not allowing any commercial operations, isn't the Woody Creek Tavern in the Woody Creek Caucus?
That's the only one.
And the building next door is commercial use.
Okay.
But there's 3 houses,
What?
4 units on one barn. That's 3 times 3, that's 9 big events they could have.
Thank you, Marty.
Just by being owners.
Paul?
So, if I remember correctly, back when we were talking about, somehow the conservation easement came up, and we started digging in
A little more
deep.
volume.
Sure. We started digging in deep on on the language, I think when the resolution was getting passed. And the conservation easements we draft are drafted so that we hopefully don't have to amend them. And so the way that we do that is we try and only restrict the things that we don't want to happen. Customary rural enterprises is how the Internal Revenue Code lists some of these activities that are consistent with conservation easements, so long as they're done in appropriate locations. So we take that language and we put it into these. And in that, it does say that the processing and sale of farm or ranch products is allowable. But in the case of all of these properties, the more restrictive, whether it's land use code, whether it's Woody Creek Caucus master plan, whether it's Pickens County Land Use Code, that will apply. So the perpetual document does have some restrictions, but this is not giving Bob the ability to build a slaughterhouse, especially if the Woody Creek master plan says that it can't. We took the comments from last time, because this came up, and added appropriate agricultural activities must be conducted in accordance with applicable laws, Pickens County regulations, and Woody Creek master plan as amended. So if in the future the master plan gets amended to further restrict some of these agricultural activities, that will restrict the property. The conservation easement will not trump that. So.
Yes, Rye?
I think I can also address the specific use about the barn by the various owners, and I believe that Suzanne could probably jump in on this as well. We have historically interpreted the land use code so that a barn that is owned by a consortium of owners, the number of special events that are permitted are limited to 3 in that structure, not 3 per owner of that, not 3 per common owner of that barn.
Per year.
Per year.
Anything over that would have to go through a special venue permitting process.
So I guess a couple of things. First, Leslie, I mean, this says no special events by any, it's only owner events.
Right.
Our land use code does not say anything about an owner having a party in their house or in their barn. We don't require permits for that. There is no restriction under the land use code for that.
Unless it's more than 50 people.
No. There is no restriction in the land use code
For how you use
for a private property owner to have their own private party in any form on their property, whether it's in their house, outside their house, in their barn, in their field. We don't regulate that.
I thought you did. I misunderstood that.
No. So this specific approval is specific to saying there would be no special events. So the special events provisions that would allow any other property owner potentially on Lower River Road to come in, rent their property to someone else to have an event, they would have to get a special event permit. For this property, we've said you don't even have that option.
So this is more restrictive.
This is more restrictive than what, the
Than
way the
neighbors.
code applies to, right, other properties. And so that has been agreed to as part of this approval.
Could you bring up the map that shows the adjoining properties and the property lines, please?
I don't think we want to get into, my personal opinion, telling someone your daughter can't get married in your backyard.
No.
Or your son.
So when I was looking at that map, it looked like this was the 30 acres, 39 acres was an unusually large piece of property. It looked like everything else down there had already been broken into much smaller pieces of property. So, I mean, it's not like this is 30, 40, 50 acres everywhere and this density is way out of line. It looks to me like the density that exists there is about 10 acres per house. Is that a correct
So
interpretation?
most of the properties there were all created as 35-plus acre parcels. I don't know when, but that's how they exist. Several of them, I don't know the number, a number of them have come back to the county and further subdivided those properties. Creating the 35-acre parcel, there's nothing that prevents them from coming in to further subdivide. So definitely, as you said, just looking at the pattern, right, there are other of those 35-acre parcels that have been further divided into, I think, most commonly probably 2 lots out of the 35. But the point sort of to the conversation earlier about the zoning and, the master plan, I mean, this whole area is zoned AR10. So that's where we look at AR10 has 1 unit per 10 acres is allowed. And right, my reading of the master plan, there isn't anything in the master plan that was a recommendation that, right, the zoning's inappropriate. Again, that may be, a different understanding now, but there is no statement, to us out of the master plan. We recommend that the zoning be changed to, to reduce the density, basically. So the density that's proposed through this application complies with the underlying zoning.
Except that it's not divided into 10 acres per house. There's
Right,
2
right, and
houses
that's
closer
that's
together.
the PUD aspect
So it
that
just
allows
means
it to
3
be varied.
for this property in any place that
Right, you
works.
can't exceed 1 unit per 10 acres and the configuration,
in
right,
total.
in total.
I would add on to Suzanne's point about the prior subdivisions in a lot of these lots. There used to be a provision in the land use code that provide a streamlined subdivision process if there was a density reduction associated with that subdivision. So a number of the parcels in here, which as Suzanne said, were 35s to start with, there was an incentive to go through what was at the time called a density reduction subdivision, and a lot of that was in the 80s and 90s, and that is where a lot of the final configurations of these lots up and down the canyon came from. So that density reduction process.
What is the total acreage being put under the 3 conservation easements?
Is it 39 acres?
And how big is the parcel?
39 acres.
It's the
So
entirety
whole
of the parcel.
Wanted to clarify that. The whole parcel is being put into one of 3 different conservation easements.
Correct. There's one conservation easement blanketing the entire property that's taking into account the resolution that's approved the development. And then on top of that, we also have public access granted through a recreation
Right.
access easement on the river. Also ensuring the Rio Grande Trail.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And there's one proposed structure at 8,250 square feet, is there not?
Yeah, so 8,250, 20% of that must be below grade. That's on Lot 2, which is the
upper one?
The upper portion. And then the property on Lot 3, and this was all defined during the GMQS, the property on Lot 3 is 5750, 20% of that needs to be below grade. And the height is 15% less than the maximum height allowed in the code. And Lot 1, if it's redeveloped, 4,000 square feet, for a residence, 750 for a garage, 1,000 square feet for a CDU. There's only one CDU that's been approved for the entire subdivision. There's currently a CDU on Lot 1. If that CDU, if, for example, they want to do a ranch manager's unit in the barn, then the CDU on Lot 1 has to go away.
I see.
The other question I have for clarification is, the application before us today is not to reevaluate GMQS scoring. That process was already gone through and approved by the board some years ago.
Correct. The board has previously approved resolutions 10-2020, 49-2020, 37-2022, and ordinance 96-2020, all of which speak to a variety of issues that have been raised tangentially. What the board is looking at today is the final plat, whether it meets the land use code application manual. There's an amendment to Lot 3 to move the setback 100 feet. It addresses that. And an amendment, and I might have misspoke there, amendment to Lot 3 to increase it to 1 acre, and then also the 100-foot setback. So that's what the board is looking at.
Great, thank you.
So there'll be, and the plat was created under a previous owner or this owner?
This owner.
So there'll be a 1 acre piece of property and a 3 acre piece of property, and then the common space, and then the upper lot, which is larger.
Do you have a picture of the PUD, Leslie?
I have the picture of the broken up property.
Paul has to stop sharing.
You have to get selfish, Paul. Stop sharing. Yes, you are.
I'm so impressed, Leslie.
Yeah, I'm
And we
looking
haven't
at
even
that.
cried yet.
There's still plenty of me.
Yeah.
Night is young.
Yeah, so lot 3 is 2.125 acres.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Lot 1, oops, now what did I do?
It says
Oh, one's at the
9.4.
I don't need you
Highlight.
anymore.
It says 9.4, so what does that
Where?
mean, the 1 acre?
We expanded one of the lots.
Lot 3, when it was originally proposed, was less than 1 acre, and we wanted it to be
Oh, I see.
greater than an acre to support OWTS.
Okay,
So
thank
that
you.
was expanded. The area that says common land, that's about 14 acres. And then, I don't know, what does lot 2 say? I can't.
It says 9.9.
9.9. And now that we have the map up, I just want to, the dark gray area at the top and the dark gray area at the bottom are what is being defined as the wildlife conservation areas as well.
So no activity will occur there,
Right.
unless it's wildlife enhancement.
Well, you have the fishermen's, you have the recreation access easement along the river, yeah.
It's connecting all those other ones we've had for so many years, and now we're going to have it connected.
Right.
So about a third of the common land acreage that is supposedly agricultural is in buildings on this. It's in buildings.
The riding arena on the right and then the barn area on the left.
Yeah, there's a barn and ponds and riding arena and CDU activity envelope, so.
If they
Okay.
build a CDU there.
Yeah, and if they build any of this, they don't have to build any of this. Okay. Any more comments from people? Yeah, Steve.
What we're looking at today has changed hardly an iota from what we approved more than, about 3 years ago. I think if anything, it's more restrictive based on the language that has been inserted in the conservation easement. This has been purported by the neighbors to be a dense project, but it is almost 40 acres and it's AR10, it's 10 acre zoning, and it's really, I don't think, any more dense. We went through all this 3 years ago. It's really no more dense than the whole you know, typical in the neighborhood.
That's what I was saying, yeah. That's what I
As
see.
Francie pointed out, this is just the first hearing, the first reading on this. There will be a second hearing, correct? And so
It's a one step, two step.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion that we accept well, we have to do these in 4 different motions, I think.
You want the easements
You are
first?
correct. You need to do them in
The
four
easements
different
first.
And
Tell us
what-
the intent of your motion, and then you can be specific.
Well, we could do the big one first on first reading and pass it on to the second reading,
Do the easements first.
which gives us more time to study it.
Easements
But
first.
based on
He just said first.
attorney's advice, should we do the items 2, 3, and 4 first?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I can tell you that you can't have the second reading on certain things until you have one thing, but it doesn't matter the order in which you approve them today.
Today?
Well, it does matter, though, because if we're just moving them on to the second reading.
Correct.
All 4 of them.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you.
So I'll just
But
start
we
on
amended the agenda to move them after number 19.
Yes.
after number 19.
Yes.
So I will make a motion to approve number 19, the Oxenberg subdivision final plat review on first reading, set for second reading on
June 14th.
June 14th.
I will second that with a comment so that the public knows it'll be a public hearing again on the 14th. So you have time to review all the easement documents that were attached and bring back any questions or comments further that may be more specific to the items before us on the 14th.
And if I might make more comments, we talked a lot about the commercial uses, the different agricultural uses 3 years ago. And I do remember there was mention, well, maybe a slaughterhouse, maybe a food processing thing, maybe,
really?
maybe all of these things.
Everything
But I
came up.
think the wording in the conservation easement, the wording in the Picken County Land Use Code, the wording in the Woody Creek Master Plan defines what acceptable agricultural uses are on there. And one last thing, I would love to have a discussion about, with the Woody Creek Caucus or just in the county in general, about what is commercial agriculture. To me, growing potatoes or hay is commercial agriculture. If you're raising it and feeding the livestock and selling the livestock, what they've been doing in Woody Creek for years, to me, is commercial agriculture. So having, it's kind of a vague definition, I think, and we've come up against this before, but I'd love to have this discussion with the Woody Creek Caucus about refining your definition of what is commercial, what is commercial agriculture. You know, it's kind of a vague definition, so we've run into this before, and I would love to get that cleared up going into the future.
Well, I think if we have the discussion, it needs to be countywide, not just Woody Creek.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just disturbed by the assertions that there's some sort of strange, weighting of the GMQS and the points. And I know the discussion about GMQS isn't, how it's constructed isn't here today, but I just feel that I need more clarification, or at least a rebuttal to really what are accusations that something has been going on with points being awarded. And I'd like to understand, I think it would be good for everybody to hear a response to that. If maybe more thorough is what I'm looking for than what you've already heard, but that's the one thing that I'm stuck on. I think the hyperbole about condos and slaughterhouses is kind of tiresome, and we've kind of been there. So I don't think we need to, I don't need to dig into that anymore, but I think for the benefit of the public, we should hear about the GMQS scoring.
Can I?
Tonight?
If, I'm not going to propose that we continue this. I think this could be done fairly quickly.
Can I ask for clarification? We've already approved the GMQS. It came back to the BOCC, and we had to move it forward. That's already been done, and I don't think we can go back on that. I think your discussion would be great for GMQS in general. I think those are things we need to be addressing when we look at GMQS in general. Because if there's concerns here, there's probably concerns everywhere. But I don't feel we can go back on that as part of this application, because there's a period of time where you can reconsider a decision made by the board, and that was years ago. So I would be very uncomfortable going back now and saying, we're gonna pull your GMQS exemptions 4 years later after. But, you know, I understand there's concerns voiced by the neighbors, but it's really not before us now, but it's something I think we should take into consideration when we're looking at GMQS in general.
I wasn't thinking that we would change the GMQS. I just wanted to address the accusations that something is being, you know, they're double dipping or multiplying, you know, things that I don't quite understand. Where I'd like to determine what the merit of that argument is.
Go ahead,
Do you
Suzanne.
want me to respond? Very quickly, the scoring system that's in the code has multipliers for certain specific scoring criteria. And those, you know, without delving deeply into it, which obviously is a topic for a different time, those multipliers were provided to categories where we felt like it was more important to score those more heavily, whether that be wildlife habitat, whether that be open space preservation, whatever. Those were, they were weighted more heavily. So the multipliers are baked into the code and how things are scored. So that was, part of the scoring of the application when it went through the growth management system.
Great.
And not particularly for this one, but for
I mean,
all
again,
of
the multipliers are there for anyone who is scored under growth management.
So can I ask another thing? There's also kind of an insinuation that somehow open space and was trying too hard to help work the GMQS points, and you know, that's what we're hearing today. And I'd like to just have an articulated response that, you know, I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary that county departments work together to help get an application processed correctly. But the accusation is there that something, you know, nefarious, is that the word you'd use, was happening. And so I'd just like to hear it brought out for public comment, so we can just get it past that.
Yeah. When the GMQS application came through, Open Space and Trails had a
Nice and loud.
chance to comment on this application. And when we had that chance, we said, well, there's a glaring hole in our recreation and access easements for anglers or boaters right here. We'd like that to be a public easement. There's an encroachment for a trail. We'd like that to be resolved. And while we're at it, we want to make sure that nobody comes through in the future and fiddles around this, so put a conservation easement. It was all a public comment that was supplied. It went through our Open Space and Trails board as well. Right. They signed off on it. So there was no, I think I heard the word coaching. It was just a comment that we had the chance to make. Right. And we're happy that we did, because we are gaining some great amenities for the public.
And this is commonly done. This isn't this is how it works. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks for that clarification, Greg.
So I remember being 3 years ago with this application and other applications that use GMQS scoring, being dissatisfied with the GMQS scoring system, just in general.
You yourself.
Myself, and I think that was part of, and other commissioners also were dissatisfied, and I think that's why we gave direction to the community development and the creation of this community development growth committee to study the GMQS scoring system and try to revise it. That was the impetus from it, was some dissatisfaction with the scoring system, and you know, I think the confusion about the multiplier thing and different things that didn't necessarily make sense to us, so. And it wasn't directly just because of this. I remember other specific applications also being generally unhappy with the GMQS system the way it was.
Thank you for that, Steve. We have a motion on the table. Would you like to reiterate it for
Did we
everybody?
close public comment?
So
Public comment is
my
closed.
motion was to approve on first reading the Oxenberg subdivision final plat review.
Except for second reading on the 14th.
Yeah.
And I second it.
So we have a motion from Steve and a second from Patty. Are there any more comments before we, yes, Kelly?
Yeah, you know, the subdivision PUD process offers some opportunity for the county and for the BOCC to engage with landowners to really, I think, seek some public benefits and locate activity envelopes in better placed areas of properties. And you know, I do hear and understand the frustration of the neighbors about how this is disparate to what's there now and to what their properties look like. I just think that this really meets our code. It really meets the standards of our code. It's met the standards of our code throughout the many deliberations that we've had here at the table. And I would welcome the Woody Creek Caucus to review the zoning maps and really decide, like, AR-10 is not appropriate here, or the agricultural allowances in the code are not appropriate here, and to advise us on that. You know, because again, not necessarily specific to this area, but there are parts of the county I look at and I just go, oh my God, AR-10, like, we don't want AR-10 here, you know, or AR-2, or, you know, whatever. So I just would, I would welcome and encourage that effort, you know, because I do feel like we are, like, I'm obliged to, like, make sure that we're upholding our code and make sure that our code is written in a way where we can work with property owners to acknowledge and honor their rights and do what's best for both the broad community and the localized neighborhood. And so, you know, I will support this and move it to second reading. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote. So all those in favor of moving this to a second reading, please say aye.
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 So we will have more public comment later, and we will welcome any comments between now and then in terms of letters or whatever.
So,
And
Madam
we'll have a
Chair, may
chance
I
to-
make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners accepting a deed of conservation easement for Lot 6 Aspen River Valley Ranch?
And set for public hearing June
Set for-
14th.
Yes, set for public hearing on June 14th. And thank you.
I'll second it.
You can do that and you call the question too, ma'am.
Yeah, let's call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'd like to make a motion approving an ordinance for Lot 6 River Valley Ranch for the recreation and access easement and set for public hearing on June the 14th.
Second?
Aye.
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 Somebody else want to make the third one?
Go ahead.
Oh,
You're
I'll
on a
keep
roll.
going. I'd like to make a motion to approve an ordinance for Lot 6 Aspen River Valley Ranch Trail easement set for public hearing on June the 14th.
I'll second.
Aye.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And just, Madam Chair, Laura, the county attorney over here, advised me that we did continue the item number 18. Did we vote to continue it? Where was I?
We did. We voted
We
to
did.
continue it, and it
Yep.
happened, and now we're on to 20, which is a land use action. It's a resolution denying an appeal of administrative decision number 004-2023, denying a request for issuance of a TDR certificate for the Bonanza Placer Tract B, USMS number 5840.
Is this a
Did you
public
want to
hearing?
talk about that, Suzanne?
This is not a public hearing for this item. Thank you, Francie. Suzanne Wolf for Community Development. You all heard the appeal on May 10th. There was discussion at that time. And the determination made by the BOCC was to find that the director did not err abuse discretion or deny procedural due process in the denial of the issuance of a TDR for the property, and directed staff to bring back a resolution. So that's what's in front of you. And I don't think there's a whole lot more to say.
I would just like to give a disclosure that I was contacted a couple of times after the last meeting by John Walla. And then also he called me up on the weekend. And I just, there was really no information passed on from him to me, and I did not opine on anything with him, but I did refer him to write a letter to all the Board of County Commissioners because this was an ex parte conversation. We couldn't have it. So I did inform him of that pretty much, I think, on both occasions. And then when I did receive a letter from him, I forwarded it to Johnny Lee, who gave it to Rye, and then you all saw that today. Is that right? I just wanted to disclose that because that I had been contacted and demurred twice.
John spoke to me today as well, told him I couldn't talk about it, but he did say to me, well, I'm not going to stay for it because this looks like just, a rubber stamp, like all you have to do is just approve this resolution. So I'm not going to
So
say
I
anything.
need to disclose that John called me yesterday. Apparently his client had been watching the tapes and said that I had abstained from voting on this issue at our meeting. I clarified to John that his client was incorrect, that I had recused myself from the ski company issues that were prior to this issue, but that I did not. And when John wanted to go on and talk about the application, I reminded him that he could not speak with me about the specifics, and that and he said, okay, fine. So I just want to disclose that for the record.
I may be the only one who hasn't seen the letter.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
It
that
just
hadn't
asked
been
us to change our vote to change our vote.
John did
I'll
not
just need
call
that
me,
for the record.
but then I was the one who voted no at the previous meeting.
Yeah.
You didn't got me, but that's all right.
Okay, so
Give him your
if
number.
we want to discuss this more, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll look for a motion.
I do have one question for Suzanne, and it was in something, I can't remember if it was in a letter, something I just read today, that particular lot, the mining claim, the Bonanza Placer claim, that the other mining claims had been transferred to the Forest Service,
The neighboring claims?
the neighboring claims, and I didn't know if that was true or not. I didn't remember that information from anything before.
If it has happened, it's happened immediately recently. I can tell you that as far as I know, the Imago claim certainly has not.
The
No,
one
I mean,
that
I know
immediately-
there's more recent ownership. There was a change in ownership of that property, but not
So it's
to
not
the
owned
Forest
by the
Service.
U.S. Forest Service.
No.
So the part that was merged was split into, I mean, maybe at Smart sold it to different people or something, is probably what happened. Is that a safe assessment?
Other than his daughter?
Which wasn't probably the only parcels he did that with in the county, so, okay. I just wanted to clarify that because somebody made and now, said that it had long since been transferred to the Forest Service.
You sure John Walla didn't call you?
Okay,
Okay.
does anybody want to make a motion?
We're
I'll
gonna leave this
move
one to
to
Kelly.
approve the resolution denying an appeal of administrative decision 004-2023, denying a request for issuance of a TDR certificate for the Bonanza Placer Tract B, USMS number 5840.
Thank you, Kelly.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Kelly and a second by Patty. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, that moves us to open discussion, which I'm hoping is going to be minimal because we need to meet with John and he needs to go to Colorado Springs. So, what do you have?
Do you want to see what John has first, or you want me to go first?
You can go first.
All right, just a sort of housekeeping item. I would kindly request that we not start meetings early.
I would kind of, okay. I want to hear that early.
It was 1 minute.
On
early.
time, right? And it was very embarrassing to walk in a proclamation for people I care about and honor. And, I wasn't late, but it felt like I was late. And so I just would kindly request if that
I actually didn't start reading the proclamation until it hit 00.
No, you did not, because I looked at
Okay,
the clock and the alarm was
Okay.
going off, and
Anyway,
that would be
I
my
totally
kind
understand
request.
that, but then let's all be on time for all meetings, if at all possible. And you were a minute ahead. Yeah.
I was not yet late.
So in the future, we'll start on time and we won't be late, so we'll be good.
Okay.
John,
Oh, and then I just have one more thing. I just wanted to revisit the, I don't know what to call it, but the advice that we got from our polling, from Bill about polling, about getting some community input to their polling responses, and sort of try to figure out what that group might look like and how to convene them, because I think we need to do that very quickly, and we have a 2-week gap between now and our next work session that, and then we're gonna hear the polling data, and then I feel like we need to get that ball rolling if this board supports trying to identify some community members to also kind of react to what the polling data says and advise us.
I'm not quite sure what you just asked for, what you just said.
So this was in response to when we heard from Bill Roy about the polling effort on the housing
Yeah,
tax
right,
question.
yeah.
And they're gonna run that in the next couple weeks and then come back
Yeah.
with the data. I had asked him, do you recommend that we convene some community members to also help us interpret that information or react to it as we think about this ballot question? And he said, yes, I think that's a great idea. We've done it in the past in other communities and it's been really meaningful. So we didn't get a chance to talk about it at that time or in open discussion yesterday. So I wanted to revisit that topic before too much time lapses until our next meeting together.
What kind of time are you looking at?
Well, I don't know. I'm just,
After it comes back to us, after June 9th?
yeah, or when it comes back to us, or if we want.
So we know how interesting
Some
it
of that
is to
community
set up
input.
community groups. So I don't know how, if somebody could bring us a list of suggested community members that we could add to or do something that might expedite. But right now, I wouldn't even know where to begin and who's going to begin to tell us who should sit on a committee. And if we open it up to the public, that's time consuming. Then people have, our usual process, and then they have to apply, and then we have to vet them, and then we have to find a committee for all 140 people that apply. So
I
Is that what
didn't
you
get
were
the sense
picturing?
that it was that intensive, but.
yeah, so we could have something simpler and quicker to turn around. I don't know.
You want to speak to that, John?
Well, I wonder if a path forward might be for the board to direct staff to bring together a group of community leaders. You all could make some recommendations around which groups you feel would have a particular interest in the tax that you'd want represented, that may be able to sit down with staff and the results and give some insight and observations that we could bring forward to the board as we're evaluating the polling information. I think what I'm hearing from Kelly, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Kelly, but you're looking for that extra voice or lens to kind of view these results through and kind of provide advice to the board about what the data might mean and how you might want to strategize with that.
Isn't that what we're paying Bill to do?
Kelly just wants more local oversight, and I don't have a problem if, John, you think staff can turn that around, obviously more quickly than we could if we were taking it on. I don't have a problem with that, as long as it's short and sweet.
Yeah, it'd be a smaller group, and I think it'd be good individually if board members had either groups or individuals that they feel will have a strong interest or stake in this, and/or brings experience with past ballot questions and such that you want to make sure is represented at the table. Then that can help us put that group together and bring those voices to this conversation. And Kelly, I don't know if that satisfies what you were
Yeah, I think
hoping
so.
to
It's just, a couple extra minds on this could be helpful and more thoughtful, But, we're gonna have to invite people because this is coming back to us in a month. So that's just,
Less than a month.
yeah,
3
so
weeks,
I just
think.
wanna move this
I mean,
along
I think
before
it's a
you
good
move on.
idea. I think it's also a big package of dynamite. Like, I mean, who gets asked and who doesn't get asked, and how do we balance that?
Well,
And I mean,
it's up
I
to
mean, I
us
think we'd
to
all
assess that.
want Rachel to weigh in on it probably, but I don't know. I just, I'm a little worried about it. What would it be called? What would its purpose be? How are people going to respond to a few people interpreting survey questions? I'm a little nervous about it, that's all I'm saying. I'm not quite sure what kind of response everybody who's not invited to do it would have.
I'm nervous about it as well, because I'm also nervous just about, since we're doing a blind trust in how the questions on the poll will even be framed, and if the questions will even be asked. I'm nervous about it also. I certainly would like to have other voices participate, but we would have to have some sort of filter so that they weren't, how can you filter out a particular bias or stacking the deck in one way or the other?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the hard one. It would almost have to be somebody who's not from around here, who doesn't have a
Argumentally, I'm trying to almost limit our own bias by having
By
sort of
adding
more
more.
reactions to it as part of our consideration rather than just the
Right,
five
I
of
understand
us.
your point, but how do you do that?
John?
If we bring in a definite advocate for it, that doesn't, there's no point.
I think
We'd have to balance it with somebody else.
I think we can trust staff to give us a balanced group of people to come forward.
John?
Well, and I just want to be really clear, this would not be a group advising Bill Ray on the data collection and interpretation, right? That would be separate. So that will stand alone and come to the board. But I think, what it is how do we get some more voices at the table that represent the community, that help you understand not just the facts that the poll is going to be talking about, but some of the passions in the community from different interests. And I think we, as we have for you in the past, I think we can go through a pretty quick exercise to try and identify some diverse voices and just acknowledge that these are voices that don't necessarily represent the data, but represent different interests in the community, and here's how they're looking at it. It's just more information for you.
Are we asking their opinion on the ballot? Are we asking their opinion on affordable housing? Or are we asking them to interpret the survey?
I don't think necessarily Bill Ray will be interpreting the survey, but to have the information from the survey in front of them, and then to be kind of asking their opinion on strategy and timing and those sorts of things.
That's not what I heard you say.
Yeah, it's additional people around the table sort of reacting to what the data from the survey is. Because I think it could be helpful for people to say, like, this tells me this, or this tells me this, or
This
I'm
doesn't
reacting
tell me
to
enough.
this, response in a way that I think you guys should flag, or something. That's all.
So I have one open discussion that's a lot more fun.
Well, let's just, what are we gonna do with this? I mean,
Do
are
you
we
trust
giving
staff
direction to
to-
staff now? Because I'm not sure I want to. So I feel like we might need to discuss this a little bit more, and it's 5:11, and John needs to go to Colorado Springs,
And we don't meet for 2 weeks.
We don't meet for 2 weeks. So I think we should have staff put together something and bring it back to us, and we can say yay or nay. But we need to have something in front of us to say yay or nay to.
What do you think, Steve?
I'd have staff people look at it, but maybe one commissioner could also be one to have a look at the questions before they're.
It's not about looking at the questions before they go out. It's looking about the data after it comes back. The questions are going to go out.
Well, putting together a group that's also going to be reacting to the results of the survey and whatever Bill Roy presents to us. to also just provide us with their thoughts and
It's just
reflections.
different minds at the table, and if it
And
comes.
that's what I heard Bill say that they've done in the past and has been meaningful.
I don't see what it would hurt.
Right.
But if staff comes back with a list of people and we go, then it's
Right?
I would contribute to that list. I don't know who I would ask for, but I'd love to
You'll
have
come
some-
up with somebody.
I'd come up with somebody. Maybe we all could.
Well,
But-
then communicate with John. Shall we just say, if you have people you think would be good on this list, then communicate with John? Okay?
Now, can I have
you.
my fun one? I just got the email from the Aspen Chamber Resort Association about the luncheon. Charlotte is out of town, so John and everybody, is it okay if I forward it on to individual board members? And if you read it, then Charlotte can make us reservations, or someone maybe can on Monday, because again, the tickets are gonna be gone. So just to.
Ask Lainey to do it.
That's what I'm gonna do, but I'll send it on to everybody tonight, so you guys can look at it, and then get in touch with Lainey and ask her if you want a ticket. John, is that okay?
He's nodding.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Does John have any open discussion for us?
No. So Francie, I have something really big, though, it's gonna take a while. I'm gonna put a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
I want to discuss that.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, thanks, guys.
I
Thanks,
would like
Mr.
to take
Disma.
one more before I go.
We're
Thank
done.